Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome in. How's everybody doing? How you doing, Ashik? Astro, how are you doing? Welcome in. Anyways, we are going to be working some more on Deadlift. I spent some time messing around with the Rubble system, and it's working pretty good. I gotta show you guys what I've done. I did a couple more things. I figured out like how to get it rotated and stuff. There's this thing called a basis, which is basically like a rotation represented by 3 vectors. It's like a 3x3 matrix, but it represents rotation and scale and shear. So you can like shear meshes, apparently. I don't know how, but it's pretty interesting. It's not actually that bad to generate them. It sounds complicated, but actually using them is pretty easy. I'll show you guys what I got going on here. So basically what we're doing here is what we were doing last time, but now I'm rotating this around this mesh rotation. And that, what I do is I say, get the last transform, get the basis, and then you can call get Euler from the basis, or Euler, or whatever. So I can just get a rotation value that way. And then I rotate that vertex toward that rotation. So it's pretty easy. And then everything's good to go here. And then we can also scale it by multiplying the basis right here. Like Euler's number? No, Euler coordinates are basically X, Y, Z rotation values. There's different kinds of rotations. There's like quaternions, which are 4-dimensional rotation values and stuff, but I don't really use quaternions ever. Because I feel like quaternions are just a little difficult to understand. Yeah, Euler, the rotation guy. He might have also came up with the E, the constant, but I don't really know much about the guy. Probably died a few hundred years before I was born. Yeah, check it out. Obviously, this is still very, like, we need to add in more variations. This is all just using one mesh right now. But yeah, it's working pretty well. There's probably too much Rubble here, but I can kind of control, like, the chance that it spawns. So, it's, we have a lot of control over it. But yeah, it's basically just going along these vertices. It's spawning in one of these Rubble scenes. It's giving it a random rotation and scale. So it really does look pretty random already, even though this is just one mesh. So I think if we sprinkle in a couple different meshes and stuff, this could work pretty well. We just got to do different variations. Like, this is all just rock, but maybe like some wires or like, you know, a little pile of something. Just different kinds of things that can spawn would help a lot. But yeah, it's coming along now. There's a picture of him in the Godot docs. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I know what he looks like. He's kind of a funny guy. I forget like what page that's on. Yeah, this guy. Leonard Euler. I just know him for this picture where he's like... See, he's got this eye closed. That's kind of what he's doing. I don't know what outfit this is. He's got like a rag on his head. I always really like this documentation because it makes fun of him. Which is to be expected from a guy with a funny hat. It's really funny that this got like accepted. But it's awesome. Yeah, this is like one of the best documentation pages. Google, it's the same guy. Okay. I learned about E, but not the rotation thing. I mean, the rotation thing, you don't really... I didn't even know this was called Euler angles until making games, so... But yeah, everybody knows about the constant E. Yeah, it is called Euler's number, so I guess he came up with it. Yeah, or it's commonly called natural log. But anyways. Alright. Hello, good sir. I do want to maybe possibly model a baseboard onto these buildings, because I think it might just look kind of cool. I want to see what that would look like. You could just do like a... How big of a baseboard do we want to do? We're like a player. Might be a little bit too big. We could do a baseboard like that. Actually, do you think I learned about the rotation? Yeah, learning about degrees of freedom in software. Nice. Now let's see if we can do extrude along normals. Yeah. Let's just give it like, doesn't have to be super crazy. I think just a little bit of a baseboard like that though does add a lot. So we're gonna give it a try. Also, it made those funny though. Is there some kind of setting to stop that from happening? So we do want offset even. I thought there was like a option to fix that. Can't remember though. I think it's just extrude manifold. But the issue is then I don't think I can do along... Right, like I can do one direction. And you can see it does, like, kind of work. No, it's weird, though. It'll be fine. Nobody will know. So, hey, Null Studios, welcome in. How's it going? And K-Mac, what's going on? Thank you for the cheese time. How's everybody doing? We are doing some funny little modeling bits right now. We're just adding on like some baseboards onto our corridors because I think it looks nice. It gives them a little more visual stuff going on. I'm actually heading out. Had to stop by for some cheese. Okay. No problem. Yeah, have a good rest of your day. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Oh, what game am I working on? This is Deadlift. I've been working on this for a little bit. It's a survival horror game. I'm just editing some models and then we'll go back into the project. I hope these are all the same. They should be. Okay, let's do it this way. Street level normals. Boom. 0.1. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. 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 And boom. Alrighty. I select all those. Anyways, sorry if I'm missing anything in here. Hope stream goes good tonight, man. I'll see you next time. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Finished Starground? Not yet. Starground's more of a marathon than a sprint. Deadlift and all the other games I'm working on are so much smaller in scope that it's pretty easy for me to work on both simultaneously. Because like every minute that I spend in here is like 10 times more productive than a minute in Starground, so... And the reason that we're working on this stuff so early is because I want to make sure that we have something like ready to go after Starground is done. Because I don't want to have to completely rely on Starground making money after launch. You know, to fund the next game. It just seems like that might be kind of risky. So I figure what would make more sense is like have another game sort of queued up and almost ready to go. So that when Starground is about ready to be launched into full access, I'm not just left with this awkward like 6-month gap of no releases. So, but yeah. Starground, of course, is still like, you know, the main game. So, but you know, I figured there's enough of us working on stuff that like we can kind of distribute the workload, because the programming in Deadlift is really easy. It's been like not that hard at all to program stuff in. It's been kind of fun, honestly. And a lot of the work of Deadlift is working on like drawing in the sprites and stuff and modeling, which I think might get a helper for that soon. I'm gonna have to reach out and ask. But yeah, like it's not too bad though. Why is there so much rubble? Oh, it's because I just added in 1 billion vertices. Right? Or did those not count? I don't think these vertices count as floor. Now let's turn off our little overlay thing. Because maybe that's all it is. They do count as floor, so that's why. All we have to do is just convert that back into wall. That's the only downside to this, like, vertice method of spawning in the rubble like this, is that if we ever add in any kind of shape to the ground, it's going to screw it up. So, I don't know. We have to think about what's going to work. Let's just assign wall. Now, if I assign it to a vertices, I can assign it to everything? Hold on. I mean, ideally what we do is we just merge these two bottom... It's going to take forever, but it's worth it. Delete that face. We want to have clean meshes and all. Yeah, I don't know how else we would do, like, the spawning like this. I mean, I guess what we could potentially do is sort of, like, have a separate mesh that is used as the, like, Rubble vertices, you know? So we could just kind of have that overlaying on top of this one, so that if we change the base mesh, it's not going to mess up where the Rubble spawns in. So, I mean, that's an option. It's not the preferred option, but if we must. But we'll see. Oh, your jam starts in 3 days? Oh, nice. What jam are you working on? Say, Wiki, welcome in. How's it going? Just doing a little bit of modeling right now. I added these little baseboards because I think it just looks nice. I've been looking at a lot of, like, reference images, like last night especially, because I'm just trying to understand, like, exactly how, like, these environments actually look. So I think the big thing that I definitely notice is just, like, there's just more going on. There's, like, you never see just a wall that's just a perfect flat face. Like, it's always got, like, a little baseboard or some kind of, like, or, like, dirt piled up at the corners. So I think that's the thing that's going to help this look a lot better. Okay, we're getting there. We gotta do the curve and then the 4-way. So, Jam, you made... Oh, let's go. Let's check it out. Nice. This is awesome. Just making use of the Pico 8 font. That's crazy. So that's your only... your only assets, yeah. Awesome. Congrats on that. That's pretty neat. Doing your own jam like that, yeah. Cool. Yeah, what are we working on? This is just cleaning up some mesh stuff. And then I'll show you guys the Rubble system again, and we need to draw a couple more model a couple more Rubble variations, which I don't think will be too hard. Oops. Just deleting all these stupid little faces and stuff. Okay. Last one, which unfortunately is the hardest. Is there a keybind to shift click for multiple modes? Oh. How about I just go and delete these now? This will be faster. Boom. Boom. And now I just have to worry about these. So what happens if I do, like... Okay, it doesn't even give me the option. Okay, that one's good. We gotta do this guy. And this guy. Alright. Boom. Save it. Get rid of our obscene amount of geometry in here. Now we're going to export again. Boom. Boom. Alright, so the only Rubble type that I have right now is just debris. This. Which it works, but we need to do some other ones too. I'd kind of like to do one that's just like some bricks. I think. I'm actually just going to duplicate this one. This is now a duplicate. I'm going to decrease the density on this one to just a few rocks like that. And I want to add in a couple bricks. And keep this one out of the collection. Keep him pretty flat. I think what I'll actually do is add a new scene collection. I guess I could just throw that into there. But it randomizes the rotation completely, so that doesn't work. Let's create a new collection. Call this like objects. Get the cube. And now I want to duplicate this again. And instead of doing debris, we're going to do objects. Then for rotation, set those two to 0. Oh, right. Set this one to 360. And then we don't want any random scaling on here. So set that to 0. Change the seed around. So now we got one that's just like some bricks. I want to hopefully find one though that's not colliding with these other rocks. Seems like it's only going at one spot. It's interesting how that works. Should add occasional rubble that's like robot parts or bones. Yeah, I think that's going to be the play. I don't know why they always seem to just center around like one point. I don't know what's up with that. Is it like the way that the vertices are in this object? I don't know. I almost need to like just delete all the faces and then like do some kind of weird fill, like grid fill. Yeah. Just so that we have a wide variety of vertices. I don't know if that's actually going to change the positions. See, it doesn't really seem to, and I don't know why. But you can see going through every single seed here, it's just like all stuck to these points. I don't know why. It's pretty weird. Do I enjoy making 3D or 2D more? I think I'd probably have to say 2D is more fun. Just because I understand it better. And like, it's just easier to iterate and stuff like that, in my opinion. I mean, they're both really neat. I think they both have things about them that make them cool and distinct from each other. But so far, I guess I would say 2D. Not because I don't enjoy 3D, but you know, there's a lot of extra challenges that you have to overcome. So I'm just gonna do like a 3-brick Rubble like this. So now I should be able to merge these. Not merge them, but, you know, select them. I'm going to put these in their own collection. Call it Rubble 2. So it's Rube. And then put these both objects into there. Boom. Alright. Rubble 2. Export as an OBJ. 2. Selection only. I need to delete message. I don't know. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Okay, what's like another? I wanted to do wires. So I feel like that makes sense. This one's going to be pretty easy. Oops, not offset. Depth. Too big. Maybe still too big. Like that. Now we just kind of shape it. And this is one thing though, is we have to make sure this is all at 0 on the Z. Looks like some kind of funny wire. Something like that. And I think we'll, for this one, hide the brick. Oh, it's debris 3. No brick. Just these. And this one, instead of scattering, I kind of just want to control it. So I'm just going to, like, manually do it. Oops. And then tweak it a little bit. Wires. 4 noodle, yeah. Alright, so this is another Rubble. And then let's duplicate this. Put it down in there. Oops. Yeah, hide Rubble that. So this one, I just want to rotate the thing randomly and then give it a different seed. Which I find it so odd that it like stays the same positions. I don't know why it does it like that. Pick instance. Oh my god. It's just strange. I guess it's just how scatter on surface works. Wonder if there's some kind of like different way to do it, but I just don't know. It's fine though. Whoa. What are you doing there, buddy? Gotta make sure there's all at 0. Okay. So let's save this guy. It's debris number 3. Debris 3. Alright. And now let's just get all the system set up for it. So I think something I'm going to do is dynamically create these multi-mesh instances and stuff. Who's complaining about? Culling issue? Okay, Godot. So let's go into here. I'm going to have an array of my Rubbles. And it's just going to be the different scenes, the different meshes, I suppose. Because I can give this materials, right? Yeah. Debris 1. Should I recopy that? 2 and 3. So now what we're going to do is down when we generate the meshes, I am going to... This stuff is fine, but then here's where I generate them. Rebels, good people, yeah. For iron range, or just for iron Rubble, I want to say add child, and then var multi-mesh is equal to... And I'm actually considering not making these a multi-mesh instance. I know that I said that it would be more performant, but I've realized that multi-mesh instances are less efficient when it comes to culling. And this game is ripe for culling, because you can obscure things by corridors. So I know it seems wacky that I would not do multi-mesh instances, but the thing is then I have to render in every single Rubble piece in the entire level. It works great for something like, let's say you're outside and there's grass all around, right? Like it's a perfect use case for that because you can see a lot of grass. But for this, I don't know if it's actually going to be worth the complexity of trying to make it all work. So I might just randomly scatter them around as just individual meshes, you know? Yeah, multiple multi-meshes, you can, but again, it's still the same thing of like, you can't cull them very easily, and you also have to have a separate node for each kind of mesh anyways, so it just seems like maybe it's not actually that good. It's hard to say. But yeah, I'm definitely considering just doing regular mesh instances and spawning those around. I kind of want to see how that would run. So I'm just going to do a regular mesh instance 3D. Which mesh is a node? Well, that's what I will probably be doing, is doing each mesh as a node. Because right now I'm just using this one multi-mesh instance, but I mean, it works, but like, I feel like it might actually run better if I'm able to cull them out of view, you know? I can't cull them out of view with the multi-mesh instance. So I'm gonna just see what happens. We're just gonna make a regular mesh instance 2D or 3D. Add child mesh. Then mesh.global position is equal to points at index I. Then we can randomize stuff, dot scale, randf range. Oops, I had to say times equals randf range 0.75 to 1.5. Then also mesh.rotation.y is equal to randf range minus tau to tau. Thought that each mesh in a multi-mesh can be set to cull. As far as I can tell, I don't think that they can. Unless I have some kind of poor understanding of how it works. But I'm pretty sure the way it sort of is like, it always renders all of them in all at once. You don't really have like the choice of which individual ones get to not be displayed. You can implement your own kind of culling system by like scanning the screen, figuring out which ones theoretically should be visible. And that's what I do in Starground. It's way easier in 2D, but in 3D, it's really hard to know what is actually on screen and what isn't. Godot already has a culling system built in. Occlusion culling. So it's already on. Blah, blah, blah. So I feel like this is going to be a better thing than doing all the multi-meshes. But, you know, this is what we're about to find out. I'm going to go ahead and see, you know, what's the performance with this kind of thing compared to a multi-mesh instance. And if it turns out that it's way slow, then that's fine and we won't do it anymore. But just love a good code rewrite. Yeah, it happens constantly. But it's okay. Sometimes it's necessary. Alright, so that should spawn in all our random rebels. And they're all going to be individual objects instead of being one big multi-mesh instance. Because the big issue too is it means that I have to have like 5 different multi-mesh nodes anyways. I don't know, this just seems like a lot to manage. I want to see how this turns out. Still don't know what's going on with the lights flickering. It's very odd to me. Let's see how the performance is on this. Not too bad or anything. Alright, so this is where we're at. I'm not seeing any brick. Did we mess something up or like export the wrong thing for the brick? Let's go look at what these look like. Oh, it's got the brick. I did like center it around 0, right? Oh. The brick is all below the ground. That's why we can't see the brick. Just raise it up and now re-export it. There we go. Now I can see bricks. Again, I spend way more time rewriting code than writing new code. That works because I only rewrite one part and everything else still trying to interact with the old system. Yeah, it's complicated. This is the important thing about like making like a modular code or clean code. That's why I always try and like whenever I can turn things into like if I have like a little section of logic that runs, like make it its own function so that if you need to restructure how things interface with it, it's really easy because you just move where the function call is instead of having to like rework all of the code. But yeah, it's a whole art. It's something that takes many, many, many years to get good at. It's still like one of the things I wish I was better about. Just like designing. Designing systems like that, I think is like basically the most important part of programming. It's not the actual writing of code. That's kind of like really easy. It's just like, what's the architecture, the way that this thing is like designed? That matters way more. Say, Elite Stomper, welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to today? I'm gonna make these bricks a little smaller. I feel like they're too large. So I don't like how they're not really that randomized for rotations. There we go. Let's export this again. And then now the next thing is I want to have like a chance for these to not be placed. And that's another thing that I think will help make this look a little more random. Because right now, every single vertice without fail will have a debris spawn on it. Which I think is just too often. So we're going to try and see what it looks like when there's only a chance for it to spawn. So I'm going to say if randi range 0 to 1 is equal to 0. So now we have a 50% chance of these spawning in. Let's try and see what that looks like. I've writing my code way more than coding new things. It's interesting, yeah. Desktop is some sort of chaos nexus. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's no big deal. Alright, so this is what we're looking at now. So far, I'm liking how it looks. Now that we have like the randomness, you can see like occasionally there's some sort of gaps, which I think is good. It's not like a huge thing, but I think it really just helps add to the vibe of the environment, you know? So I'm pretty happy with it. And then we just texture these and I think we're basically good to go. Because I think the more little bits like this, the more ways that we can make hallways like kind of more distinct, the better. Because the thing with this game is you don't have like a map or anything. You have to completely rely on... Oh, that was unlucky. You have to completely rely on like your own navigation skills. So I think a big part of it, what's going to be important for this is like making things interesting enough so that you can navigate. That's why I want to do a lot of different kinds of like furniture and stuff, because I want to make sure that people can like remember different hallways. So yeah, I think these all look good. Maybe we just apply the wall texture to them because it might just kind of blend in nicely. So we're gonna try that. I think I can set in here, since a mesh instance is like it's a base type of geometry instance 3D, and that we can give a material override. So we can say mesh dot material override is equal to preload break room wall. So that it should look like the wall now. Let's see what it looks like. And I think that's what we really need to do. We could do like a custom texture, but why bother if we already have one that works good enough? It's one thing that's sort of nice about doing a PSX style game is that it's just, you can take a lot of shortcuts. To be fair, I don't think this game is really fully PSX style. It's PSX inspired, but I wouldn't say it's a, like diving super heavy into the aesthetic. Yeah, this looks pretty good now. I like how it just sort of blends in nicely with everything. Now what we're gonna do is go ahead and turn off our test light. And you can see what it looks like in here now. So yeah, that's not too bad. Just some rubble and debris on the ground. It's not like a super crazy noticeable thing, but it's just nice. And we can add more rubble on later if we want, but I think it's okay for now. Especially from the perspective of the rover, right? Like, that's interesting. It gives you kind of more of a sense of, like, the fact that you're moving, I guess, if that makes sense. Because you can see all these things whooshing by you now. Choose to take that. Where do I want to go? This way, that way's a dead end. Okay. Another battery. Oops. No. It's fine. He's chilling. He's straight chilling our end. Alright. I think, we should also just add in more furniture now. That's the other thing that's sort of missing. And for that stuff, it's going to be relatively simple. Let's, like, make a chair. I imagine this chair will be, like, not super huge. If the player's 2 meters, the chair should be, like, almost half the size of the player, honestly. Imagine this is just going to be, like, one of those little plastic chairs or something. Okay, so this is going to be our height reference. Let's model. Let's just start with a cube. Let's just, you know what? No, let's push it up. Oops. I love mixing coordinate systems. Okay. Alright, that's the top of the chair, so this needs to, like, go down. That's way too wide. Let's see. Up. Shrink it that way. Alright, we need some legs. These will be like 6. Make these extend up. Still way too thick. Okay. Get this cube out of here. I could use this spinny one, but that's more of like a an office chair. I'm not sure. Oh, you mean that one? Or do you mean the one that's inside of the elevator? I presume that's the one you're talking about. I thought about using that one, but I don't know. It's kind of like a different vibe. I want that one to be a unique chair. I think that chair would be too distracting if you just randomly found it around. I don't know, this is just what I'm imagining, but we'll see. And then, honestly, I kind of just want to do like a curve. What I always do is this. Delete these two random vertices. And now say object convert to curve. And now I can tweak it. We can give it some geometry. 0.1, that's too much. That. Oops. Can't seem to rotate it. Oh, right, like these don't really rotate. So what we do is this. Then we extrude another one. Extrude another one. Look at that, it's a freaking chair, guys. It's a little messed up, but it is a chair. Let's see. Somewhere around there is good enough. And I wish I could, like... Nah, this will be fine. I think there's a way to make these, like, even or something. Because you can see how it, like, kind of gets thin at the edge, at the corners there. I know there's, like, a setting to do it, I just can't remember. I mean, I can always just increase the radius around here. So set that to 1.5. Let's go up to like 0.04. So just like that. The radius here is still a little bit too big, I think. 1.4. It's weird, it's like flat. Oh well, it'll be fine. I don't know if we can do any kind of bending here. No. Anyways, time for the next step. Yeah, move it in there. Look at this chair, guys. It's crazy. It's a little goofy. I'm gonna make these edges not quite as, you know, stylized. And I feel like that's better. So yeah, we have to see like how big this is gonna be and stuff in proportion to the player, of course. But let's go ahead and save it as simple chair. And then we can add it into our list of like where we go say generate decoration. And actually something that we must do for that though is first off get rid of the camera and the light. We have to make sure that this is like centered toward the back of where we want it to be. So like put it right there. Could use better lumbar support. It's probably okay. This chair is supposed to be stupid. Put in a 3D cursor. We'll see. Oh, and I do have a list of decorations right here, so I can just go boom. Then add on simple chair. Alright, so let's go ahead and... So how big is that? It's about how big I wanted it to be. It's supposed to be sort of small, right? It's just like a simple, little tiny chair. And then get rid of it in here. We'll have it spawn in and then we'll tweak it. Seen simple chair. It does exist, man. Stop complaining. I hate when Godot, like, doesn't know that something has happened. Okay. So we should all be good in here now. Let's, give it a texture. Oh. Hold on. Let's delete that other cube. Delete. And then hopefully we are pointing the correct direction. We're not. We have to rotate everything around by 180. Now we should be. It's always got to point toward negative Z, because that's forward in Godot. Alright. Chair and companion cube. Yeah, let's go. Well, let's give this... Maybe we'll make this one out of brushed metal. Look at that chair. That's crazy, guys. Alright. Okay. Let's go see what it looks like. Hey, Ryan, welcome in. How's it going? Good evening. How are you doing? No respond to a message over here, guys? Okay, sorry guys. Alright, so we should see some chairs spawning right now. Yep. Oh, I forgot to give it a collision shape. So we have to do that. Oh. Okay. We have to make sure that things don't spawn on top of each other. So I think what I need to do is, like, I need to know what kind of object has been spawned. So I think what we need to know is, like, keep track of wall space, floor space, and ceiling space, you know? Because sometimes I do want, like, a poster or something to spawn above the table. So I don't want to completely block it from everything. But I think I'll do that as just a completely separate, like, thing. So Mike here, welcome in. Nice stream streak, let's go. How's it going? How does this work? Am I checking every single possible? Oh no, because I manually define, right, how many pieces of furniture spawn in. Okay. So we should be good. I'm just gonna go ahead and create a list of locations that we've already gone to. So I think that really depends on grid position does matter. So I'll give an optional visited list. How would I do this? I guess I'll just call this generate decorations so I can keep track of that. So instead of running that there, I just say generate decorations. Like that. This is probably better. So now I say for iron range 20, we do all this. And I can have a list now of bar visited. And grid position is that, pick random. Found a wall. And I just want to check the found wall position. So we say visited dot. We say if visited dot has found wall dot position, then continue. Otherwise visited dot push back found wall dot position. All right. Using a nav mesh with this game? Yes, I am. Yeah, I am doing all the entity navigation with yeah, 3D navigation map, nav mesh, whatever it's called in Godot. Yeah, it works really well. I think the 3D navigation stuff is pretty good. Haven't had any super major issues. Most of the issues I've ever had, there's always some way to like fix it. So, but yeah. So just making sure that this stuff is all good. Here, since we only need that over here, I might as well just put that there. So get valid wall is going to return a random wall. And then I do this stuff. I pick a random decoration. Do all that stuff. So yeah, this should work. It shouldn't hopefully add things to the same wall now. Cool, let's make sure this all works. So no Dark Senate, welcome in. I'm curious, do you play D&D? I used to do some D&D stuff, but I don't know. I haven't in a while. There was some rumors in the friend group of doing like a D&D campaign. I even like made a character and stuff for it, but it just never happened. So, but I don't know. D&D is cool, but I feel like I enjoy observing D&D more than actually playing. So, but it's definitely interesting. I think it really depends on like the people that you're playing with and just all that kind of stuff, right? And especially the Dungeon Master, yeah. Definitely give the DM vibe, yeah. I'm not a DM. I never did DM anything, actually. I don't know, it seems like a lot to manage. You have to like have everything ready to go, and then you've also at the same time you've got to be kind of like creating scenarios and stuff on the fly. I mean, obviously you create sort of like a pre-existing campaign or like sequence of things that happen, but you know, people can be unpredictable, so I imagine sometimes it might be a little crazy. Somebody does some weird thing that you don't expect and now you have to like make up something on the spot. Yeah. But it's cool though. I respect the people that do know how to do it. It's basically like making a game, practically. You gotta design everything and stuff, so. Alright, but you can see you got the tables, the chairs spawn in. These are a little bit like too pushed against the wall, so I'm gonna go ahead and do... select all these and just kind of bop, push it up a little bit. I think that'll update live. Oh, well the positions on these have already been like set. So it probably won't do anything. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I just want to throw in a bunch of different furniture that can spawn in here. We've got some other things I want to do is like lockers. What else do I want to do? He's a funny guy. Just different things like that. And some more furniture that's just kind of random garbage. Like looking at a lot of abandoned structures and stuff, I see stuff like pallets that are kind of sideways and like, I feel like that might be good. And what is going on with this light, dude? Is it something to do with like the fact that it's like inside of a mesh? Like if I pull it out of there, is it gonna be fine? No. And what is going on? It's only this light in the entire game that flickers, and I don't know why. Shadow mode. I do want to do cube. Forget an office water fountain? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think I want to just do a lot of different decorations, and then once we kind of start defining the biomes a little bit more, I can kind of pick and choose which ones spawn where. So it'll give us a lot of freedom as to how to personalize these zones or whatever. Curious, do you like Star Wars? I think it's pretty cool. I, to be honest, haven't really... I don't really remember a lot of the old Star Wars movies and stuff. But it does seem cool. One of these days I do want to go back and rewatch old Star Wars stuff. I watched the newer ones, but I don't think they're as good as the older stuff, of course. But yeah, I just need to I need to give it a little rewatch. Yeah, why is this thing flickering? The only thing I can think of is it has something to do in here with the light stuff. Where I say... Is it that? Because light energy... Search for light target. Because I'm setting that to 1.5. That's what the energy is becoming. So thank you for the follow. But you can set energy higher than 1 and it doesn't cause any issues. I can go up to 16. So I don't think it's that. I mean, we could just try disabling that, see if that is what's happening here, right? Like, instead of smoothly moving it around, let's just set it to 1. And I just want to see, does that actually work? What Star Wars evil political D&D theme campaign interests you? Yeah. The villain mastermind vibe as well, yeah. It's neat. I don't think I have the time really to do a D&D thing right now, of course. It's, with making games, it's pretty time consuming, so... No, it's still flickering. I don't know what's going on. It's not the light flickering, it's like the shadows just keep disappearing for a microsecond and then reappearing. Which is really strange. I don't know what's causing that. Very weird. I don't know what's going on with that. I gotta keep messing around with things. So I don't think it's any of this light stuff. Scheduling is always an issue at D&D. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. It's just it's pretty hard to fit anything else in my schedule right now as it is. But I do appreciate the offer, though. I'm sure that you'll find a bunch of people that would be interested in something like that. Never enough time. Yeah, definitely. Coming this year, the original Star Wars is coming back to theaters. Oh yeah, that's interesting. It would be pretty cool to see all that stuff in theaters. So why are these stupid shadows going away? It doesn't happen in the editor. Shadow. I can change the bias, but you can see it looks stupid when I do that, because now there's like a weird gap. So preferably I'd have bias at 0. Transmittance bias. Let's, I guess, just look this up, like the Godot shadows flickering. I don't know what this bug is, really. Let's see, is this our same issue? That's not really the same issue there. I think the light stuff started when you were showing the texture stuff in the lift. Yeah. I think so, actually. Did I accidentally like mess something up in the metal material? Because I don't have, I got rid of that overlay, I'm pretty sure. I do have UV2, but there's nothing on it. So I turned off the detail layer. I mean, honestly, there's nothing in here that looks that odd to me. Shading, it's very strange. Or West March style campaign already. 20 plus streamers. Oh, yeah, yeah. Hey, bro. Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? I mean, there's different modes I can change, but that's only for directional shadows. I can't do that with this shadow, since it's an Omni light. Omni man. These aren't really any of my same issues. Like, it's a very specific problem. No Omni light shadows flickering. They go completely invisible and then they go visible again. That's also not the same issue. I mean, it could be a maximum lights per object thing. I really doubt it. But we could try it. There's like a section in here which is a maximum lights per object. Yeah, right here. Let's up that to 32. I don't know if that's going to do anything, but maybe. It's not occlusion culling. Strange. And also, I keep seeing this in here. Rendering scene coal. It's not Lunvin. What do you mean? It's totally Lunvin. V is finite. I just want to know what this is. Divide by 0. Yeah, what is going on with this error? Oh. Awesome. Is it because of my multi-mesh instance or something? If I delete that. Oh. So that is causing that bug. Well, it was throwing that error at least. What happens if... Do you think the light's still flickering? Let's see. Maybe there's some kind of weird thing with multi-mesh instances. I don't know. That'd be super weird if that was causing it. It's not happening anymore, guys. Why would a multi-mesh instance cause my lights to flicker? That doesn't make any sense. Well, I guess just yet another reason to not use the multi-mesh instance. Okay. We'll just stick with regular mesh instances, I think. Very strange, though. Yeah, that's a weird bug. I don't know what's up with that. Should I have my flashlight cast shadows? I never enabled it because I figured it probably doesn't matter, but I wonder what it would look like, though. Yeah, I mean, since it's just directly off from the camera, you can't even really ever see the shadows. Like, maybe in some circumstances you can if it's at, like, the bottom of the screen. But I don't think it really matters. Let's just turn off shadowing. So we got an ad starting soon. My apologies, gamers. Alright, anyways. Let's continue on. I think the player flashlight needs to be more powerful still. And maybe I increase the angle a little bit. Sort of like this. I don't want to just rely on dark equals scary, you know? fine if the light doesn't extend very far. But I just want to make sure that I can, like, see stuff going on. Like if I'm next to a table or something. Banger, I know. It's probably the best track we have in the whole playlist. Alright, and I want to figure out how the roughness maps work in Godot. Because as far as I can tell, it seems like the brighter it is, the like less shiny it is. So I want to like invert this texture basically that I'm using for the break room wall. So let's load it into Krita. I have to show file manager. Let's progress. Yeah, I've been working on the visuals and stuff a tiny bit. Obviously, I don't want to waste too much time just doing visual stuff, but I think it's coming along though. Oops, let's do a different. Here, wait. I need to import this as a new document. There we go. But we are going to be working on some gameplay stuff here in just a minute. So, yeah, what I want to do in this, I think I want to do invert. And now I want to save this instead of as bump. So wall or roughness. I basically want the concrete to be a little bit shinier, and then this stuff to be completely matte. Because I think that would make the most sense. Can't really see anything in here, but it's fine. We'll edit it live. By difficulty scaling, do you mean each floor gets harder? Yes. That is precisely what I mean. Yeah, I want to get some more like gameplay focused stuff going on. Since we're going to be starting the playtesting stuff soon, I need to make sure the game is like somewhat playable, right? So we're going to be working on that. Also, you know what? I think I'm going to make our main light brighter as well. We do have some code in here to make it flicker, but because light target, that lerps between 0.75 and 1.5. Let's make it lerp between 2 and 1. I just think it should be a little bit brighter in here. Alright, so what was I even testing? Oh yeah, brightness of the walls and stuff. There we go. So now you can see concrete's super shiny. This stuff is not shiny. Obviously, it shouldn't be this wet. So let's go now, start tweaking it. Bro, almost killed me, bro. What the... So, unfortunately, though, it doesn't really give me a whole lot of control over this. I think what I need to do is do some contrast tweaking in here. So I can go into levels, and I just want to basically lower the contrast, sort of like that, so that I can make it still somewhat matte. I don't want it to be super shiny like that. There we go. So now you can see the difference. This is like, it's got a little bit of shine. It's not a crazy amount, you know, as you would, just like some concrete you'd find. But then this stuff is completely matte. There's no shine at all. So that's what I want. I think that looks pretty good. Now we can like adjust the roughness and stuff. This just acts basically as like a multiplier. So we could like lower it a little bit if we wanted the concrete to be shinier. And this will still stay completely matte. But I don't want the concrete to be too shiny. Let's go like 0.9 maybe. Boost, yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I really like the contrast to the other enemies with being 3D. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I think it's pretty nice. He just wanders around. He's a passive guy. He doesn't really mess with you. There's another guy over there. No, 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 no. They're gonna collide. I got it set up so they just face through each other. Yeah, I did some like shader stuff with this like grass. This is not like a separate mesh. It's actually just a shader that I popped on top. And I think it works pretty well. Obviously, it's not 100% perfect. You can like see some weird stuff going on in a couple areas. And also at the corners, there's like a little gap. It's just how the offsetting stuff works, because basically what I do is I offset it by, I multiply the normals or whatever. But yeah, I think he works. He doesn't do anything super special or anything, but that's the whole idea, is like, I want there to just be a lot of entities that all have their own little unique quirks. They don't all have to be super fancy or aggressive, you know? So he's just a chill guy that wanders around. When he falls down, he does become like a solid obstacle. And if you're on foot and he falls on top of you, you die. So he is technically a little bit dangerous, but not in the same way like Ares is. He's only dangerous if you're stupid and stand in front of him while he falls down. So it's not his fault. He's just chilling, you know. The robots be this common in the full game? Oh, no. They're not going to be. In the full game, my hope is that basically you almost like never see two of the same entities in a level, right? We're hoping to have enough variety that like you get entire levels where you just don't see any specific entity, right? Just thank you for the hydrate. We've got a bunch of entity ideas planned out already. We've got guys that are aggressive, guys that are passive. But yeah, I think the key is just having a massive quantity of different entities so that every single level is always a little bit different, just because you don't always see the same guys. Are the kobolds gonna spawn in groups? Yeah, we'll probably have some, like, certain entities will probably spawn multiple times. Like, it's gonna be pretty, we can fine-tune things, you know, to do our bidding. But imagine the way it's gonna work is, like, if a kobold spawns, it'll probably spawn at least, like, 3 kobolds or something. Right? Do some more, like, fancy logic like that. But for example, like Ares and the robot and stuff, those guys are like just unique single group people. So if they ever get spawned, I don't want them to spawn in a group. They should be solo. But yeah, I mean, of course, eventually a player will see all of the entities and all of the items and stuff. But the idea is to push that back as far as possible. The main thing I've noticed, or like what I've learned from watching a lot of interviews and everything and just, you know, research, it seems like the most important thing, because, you know, the truth of it is most people don't play your game for super long. Like, even just looking at, like, Starground playtime statistics. Starground's a little bit of a different case because it's an automation game. People tend to have very long playtimes. But most people don't play for very long. Like, where do you check that data? It's in, like... Where is that? It's like playtime statistics. Sales and activation? Is it in there? Let me see. I don't want to leak my sales. Yeah, median time played is 2 hours on Starground. So the main thing is you just have to make sure that you have enough variety and interesting things happening, at least for the first couple hours. That's like the most critical part. So it's better to front load your cool stuff and then worry about the neat stuff later on. Just enough so they can't refund, yeah. I mean, that is kind of the strat. Obviously, we'll have endgame content and stuff. I want to make it so, in this game, you, like, unlock new things that spawn in the mazes. So what we're probably going to do is, like, if you get down to a certain level, kind of like if anyone's played Balacho or Binding of Isaac, where, like, once you complete a certain objective, it like unlocks new things that can now generate inside of the maze. That's kind of what we're planning on doing, I think. So it'll give people sort of a some objectives, like long-term endgame objectives of like unlocking all of the content and stuff like that. And of course we'll have achievements and all that jazz. But yeah, definitely we'll have endgame content. It's just like I want to make sure that the first initial couple hours is very interesting and dynamic. So. To be fair, I have Starground, but waiting for the full game to play properly. Yeah, that's totally fair. I think a lot of people are sort of waiting on full release, which I don't blame anybody for that. Yeah. It'll get there eventually. Yeah, I'm hoping for like by summer next year for full release. It kind of just depends on how quickly updates move along and stuff. It's not like I'm like setting a hard date of like, this is when the game is done regardless of anything. It's kind of more just a case of it's done when I feel like it's done. And by done, I don't mean that I'm never going to update it ever again. Just more like, you know, the game is in full release and I can sort of divert my attention to other stuff a little bit more. But yeah. Let's go generate a collision shape for the chair. We can just go in here. And I could just make it a static body. Sometimes it doesn't like update. Okay, no, it did this time. I thought there was some stuff I could do in here where I could like generate a collision shape, but... Oh, right, I can like do it for a mesh. And say create collision shape. Try mesh. Oh, but it does one for every single object. Let's just give it a collision shape. Give it a good old box, you know? I need to start working on lured in more. We're probably gonna do some more of that since I did decide to add it to the playtest. Just let me do it. Okay, there we go. Alright, there we go. Simple chair. Layer 1. Alright. So yeah, I want to get started on the difficulty scaling stuff a little bit. It's going to be kind of a, you know, a lot of variables go into that, I imagine, but we're just going to start with stuff like var. I don't know if I actually keep track of already had difficulty. Do I keep track of somewhere like my current day or whatever? Current level I'm on? I mean, we just call that whenever we say level changed. But yeah, that's just going to be an int. Difficulty to be a float. So it's going to be at 0 by default. And then whenever a level changed gets emitted right here. That's where we say level plus equals 1. And just to make sure that it's doing everything properly, I'm going to print level really quick, and I want to see how that changes. But yeah, it should add 1 on to that whenever we change. So obviously we start at level 0. And then once we go down 1 time, we should be at level 1. Just want to make sure it works with the intermission stuff, you know? Also, if anybody wants to do elevator music, you're more than welcome to. I think I already said that in the past. Somebody asked about it, but it's open for business. Might as well just start throwing a bunch of stuff in for fun, for variety. So yeah, we're on level 1, and then as soon as we descend down and finish our intermission, we should be down to level 2. So that's how we can start to kind of scale back, like, how many items spawn, or, you know, how many entities spawn, how many breakers spawn. So Oshik doing elevator music. Oshik did a track for the main menu, which is epic. I don't think anybody's done a elevator track yet, though. I'm wobbling. I'm damaged. Yeah, I need to update the main menu track. I don't think I did. Kind of epic. And it's a completely optional thing. Nobody has to, by the way. I'm just throwing it out there in case anybody wants to. Because I think it could be fun. Oh, that seemed a little weird. Every time I pressed E on the chair, it changed the hatch. There's something weird going on there. Well, let's go look at the chair code. That doesn't make any sense. What? Oh, is it because I was like... I need to fix something with the chair, which is that sometimes it, like, you can click it multiple times. Because I say this stuff, and then this stuff, and then finally I do this stuff. But I have to make sure I can only run that once. So I need to, like, check the input block the player. Thank you for the speen. So we're going to say if global.player.input blocks asleep is true. We're going to say if not that. Or, no, if it is, then just return and don't interact. Does this have a... Oh my goodness. No wonder it's doing that. I was like, what is going on? So does that happen when I interact with anything? Doesn't happen there. Oh, it's just because I'm calling super on it. That's so weird. So I don't even need to call super. Let's get rid of that. Maybe something was weird. So now I shouldn't be able to spam E on this to... Yeah, now we're good. I'm dead. But yeah, we do have the music on here. Which I think it's the old, outdated music. Oh, I forgot to send my message over here, guys. I need to send it. Sorry guys, 1 minute. A 3-minute reaction time, that's crazy. Alright, let's go get your new track, Oshik. Where is it? Here you are. Download. Why is there a delay on the song? On what song? This song? Oh, is it... Hold on, let me check what... No, it should be a part of the music bus. Which doesn't have any effects going on. I don't know why there would be a delay. I think it's just because I was on the main menu and then turned the audio on. It's not that there's a real delay. I'll show you what it's like when I actually boot up the game for real. Oops. Let's move this in again. So I want to get rid of the one that's preview, right? Yeah, delete that one. Boom. Boom. Damn it, so it doesn't have a little one. Alright, let's boot up the game. I'll show you what it's like now. It was really quiet. Hold on, let's try this again. Does this fade in or something initially? Oh, I do. I don't have to do that anymore. Alright, ready? That's how it is now. Is that kind of what you're imagining? We'll definitely do some kind of like little screen that's like Big Boy Games presents or something. You know. Turn that other music off. Big Boy Games presents, yeah. We'll do something like that. Made with Godot. Deadlift. Beat drop. Yeah. I know what you mean. I think we can make it work. Yeah, I'll kind of worry about the main menu stuff as time goes on, but all right, well, we know what level we're on, which is important for determining what our difficulty factor should be. So we can kind of start connecting stuff up to that. We can decide like how many entities or breakers spawn based off of what level we're on. Which is going to be important. So if we go back to generate maze in here now. Also, for all this stuff in here, I kind of want to keep this as a separate thing with generating the debris. So I'm going to get rid of all this. Just in case like somebody has some graphic settings or something, right, where they don't want to generate the debris. So let's just go to generate maze right here. Await the physics frame and then say generate debris. Boom, throw it in there. And that's better. What's the BPM of the elevator music? It really doesn't matter. It can be whatever you want. Let's go get a BPM tap thing. Let's go listen to it. I'm guessing about 115, but we'll find out. Okay, let's see. Probably about 110, looks like. I don't know. It's 112. Well, it's hanging around. It's hard to say. I mean, this is not a perfect, you know. I think it's 110. Because 112 is an odd BPM. 110 feels more real. But I'm sure it's a standard song. It's not like a unique, like, it's it's from a long time ago. It's probably like you could just look up what the BPM of it is. But it really doesn't matter. You can do whatever BPM you want. I don't think it matters. I mean, why did you have something in mind that specifically, like a specific reason you wanted to match the BPM? Five, 4 time signature. Yeah, it's got a funny time signature. Does that change what the BPM is? No, I mean, it should be okay, right? Oh, maybe it does. Oh, you mean you could do yours with 5/4 time signature? Yeah, you could. 1, 2. I think that other one is 4/4 time signature. Because it goes da 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 da. Yeah. I don't know, it's been a long time since I've messed with time signatures. Also, I noticed for some reason, this is some kind of bug that happens. Occasionally these guys just decide to never move again. So there's something that's happening with their pathfinding that's like being a little funny. And I would like to figure out what exactly that is. I think it's sometimes their navigation path that they choose can fail. And so it can cause like them to just stop moving. I need to figure out, like, is there a way to know if our navigation is like failed? Is there a function for that? Is target reachable? I think what I might do is just create a little timer for these guys, and then every like 10 seconds I check, is it still reachable? And if not, go ahead and start a new pathfinding thing. Right? And of course only do that if can navigate or whatever. Can pathfind right here. Back. Alright, then let's just say get if can pathfind path repath timer, add child repath timer, and then repath timer dot timeout dot connect function. If we can pathfind, then we say if navigation agent dot target reachable or whatever. Okay, it's not. What is it? Is target reachable? So if it's not reachable, then I want to go ahead and say target, find target. Should be fine. And then for this timer, repath timer dot timeout is equal to 10 seconds and repath timer dot start. So that should just fix that issue where It's just going to check once every 10 seconds, and if for whatever reason their pathfinding decides to stop working, they should attempt to repath. Alright, one second, buddy. Oh. It crashed, huh? Oh, I said timeout? I'm supposed to say wait time. Duh. Alright, change that. And then... Hold on, guys. Okay. Alright, let's restart the game, see if this works now. I don't know what causes their pathfinding to break, I'm not really sure. Because it's not like they can ever pick a position they can't pathfind to. Oh. Wait a minute, guys. I think I know why. Because when they do their find target step, they're choosing that navigation region. It's funny when you say the thing and then immediately you're like, wait, that's not true. Okay, well, it's pretty easy to fix then. I just have to say if, like, big, what is it? And the entity data. It defines whether they use the big stuff or not. Yeah, size. Okay, so back into here, if data, entity data dot size is equal to global dot sizes dot big, then use a different RID. And I think that's the only reason that they're failing to pathfind. I'll still keep that thing enabled just in case, you know, because I could imagine that there's probably some scenario where somebody would break their pathfinding. It's just a good idea to have that in case. But I think this is the only reason why it doesn't work. It's because they're trying to choose a target that they can't actually navigate to. So. Okay. Also, processor chaos. Sorry, welcome in. Am I an American? I am. Born and raised. Alrighty. Let's go copy the navigation region. And I want to do... Because we have two navigation regions, that's why he kept trying to target a spot that was not working. Because he was targeting, you know, the small navigation map, not the big one, so... Do I reference navigation big in here somewhere? Yeah, I do. I don't have to say this stuff anymore, I can just say... Oh, actually, the stuff I get up there, isn't it? RIDs? No, those are just references, so I can say... Navigation map. What did I call it? Ooh. Oh, navigation region. And then navigation region big. So we got the two sizes here. So now, if he's a big guy, we just say get the big one. Also, I think the music has been off. My bad, sorry guys. Alrighty. Just gonna send one more message here, guys. Hold on. Okay. So he should be good to go now. He's just going to pick a random point. And that's our navigation agent. I'm going to go ahead and also statically reference this now. Or whatever, not statically, you know what I mean. We're going to say at onReady is get node or null. Navigation agent 3D. Just call it navigation agent. It should be type of navigation agent 3D. All right, so this way I can just reference our actual navigation agent instead of all these stupid, dumb references. It's probably just a little bit better for performance. Marginal, but technically better. All right. So next up, let's actually start figuring out how we're going to like calculate our, you know, stuff here. So our difficulty, if you will. So up here we have level and we have difficulty. So I think we're going to have a couple other things in here like var breaker count. I do want breaker count to eventually cap out. I don't want people to have to go activate like 20 breakers because that just seems really boring and stupid. But I think I'm gonna like get that kind of to like maybe maximum of like 5 and then it clamps there and it stops increasing. So we're just gonna start breaker count off at 1. Oh, and we already declared that somewhere else, so. Where did I define that? Oh, I did it right here. Well, I guess that's fine. We can just kind of move this stuff up into there. Yeah, that should be fine. So breaker count, we calculate that dynamically anyways. Excuse me. So where do I actually figure out our breaker count? Let's change where I generate breaker count. Not there, but we go up to generate breakers. I'm gonna rename spawn breakers to generate because everything else is called generate. And it's more than just spawning them, it's like choosing how they spawn, so I think that's basically the generation. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, we will give it a little bit of randomness. So we're gonna calculate like a base quantity, I think, right? Which is gonna be, I think, just our level. So we're gonna say clamp I level 1, 5. So the maximum number of breakers that ever spawn in will be 5. Then I just want to add a little bit of randomness to it, like plus or minus 1. But obviously I have to make sure that this doesn't happen. So I think what we'll do is this, where if level is 1, I want that to always be like consistent. So var breaker count. No, we already have that defined. So if level is 1, breaker count always will be 1. I want that as like a guarantee because it's almost like more of a tutorial level than anything. Then otherwise, we can set breaker count to whatever our thing is. So I want to do... Let's do level plus randi range. But I want to do that after. I want there to be... Okay, let's do -1 to 1. So it could potentially be 6 or 4 at a maximum. And then I also want to add another clamp eye, I think, on top of all of that. To set it between 1 and... Or I guess in that case we don't do a clamp. We want to do a maximum. And set it to 1. Because then if we calculate 0 or something, it'll make sure that 1 is the one that is chosen, so we never go below 1 breaker. I think that should work. Okay. Then I'm just going to print down in here. Actually, after all this is done, I want to start printing out some information about how the generation's going, you know? So... generated, let's just do X breakers. And then just give this breaker count. Okay. And yeah, we're just going to start printing a lot of like generation info and stuff like that. It's just nice to know when things are done and also how long they take and stuff. I want to start like paying attention to things like that. So anyways, let's go back to where we do our other generation right here. Generate debris. Generated debris. That's not really going to be formatted. Generate decorations. Okay. And then the last one is just the number of entities. Which is called generate enemy, but I'm now going to call this generate enemies. Keep it in line with all of these other ones. Just so I have the ability to choose how many times it happens dynamically. So at the end we say generated entities. So for eye and range, let's say just 5, but we're going to choose how many entities spawn in now, right? This is the thing. So similarly to what we did with the breakers, we're now going to do that with the entities as well. So we're going to determine how many entities spawn in depending on our level and our difficulty factor. So let's go ahead and set... Ooh. Give me 1 second, everybody. Sorry about that. We're back. Okay, so how many entities do we want to spawn? I want to keep this, you know, a good amount. I don't want to have so many entities in the maze that it's like hard to get around. Shadow emojis from your other games? Yeah, I definitely want to start doing that as we work on these other things more and we have like more iconic parts of it. I think we can start throwing in different emojis and stuff. I just don't know what we would do for maze game yet. Like we could do a little elevator emoji or something, but yeah, I'll have to think about that for sure. So let's say var entity count. Also, let's keep this consistent. They're not always enemies. This is the thing with this game. And that's why I call them entities. Because not every single entity is an enemy of the player. Some of them are actually friendly and are good for you. So, Alexa, fan on. All right. And let's actually just put this up here just so we can keep track of it. Because it's just nice to know. Oops. Hey, Noel, thank you for the spin. Much appreciated. Alright, so in entities. So by default, I want to do, again, if level... Well, we could do this one a little differently. Thank you for the posture check. Ooh. Oh, my neck. I had this, like, weird pain right here. Sometimes I stretch my neck and I hurt myself by accident. Oh. So let's just do a similar thing with what we were doing with the level. Or I think we're going to clamp it out at a... Actually, I don't know if we'll clamp it as hard. I kind of almost want to do a thing with the entity count where it's sort of soft caps. Breakers I want a hard cap because it just will get very annoying if there's like more than 5. It doesn't really add much more difficulty to the game. It just makes it not fun. But with entities, I think that we can sort of more soft cap. So if you get down to a really low level, it's going to be completely infested with the guys, you know. So let's set this at like... Let's go ahead and make a math formula. I think this is always the easiest way to do this. Oh my goodness. Oh my God, my eyes are dying. Let me see if I can log in and enable dark mode. Oh. Yeah, Desmos is pretty awesome, guys. Alright, so this is linear. We do not want it to be linear. We want it to slow down the rate of increasing entities as we get. So we want to basically almost make this like a logarithmic function, but not, I wouldn't say quite as hard. Obviously not exponential. We can just multiply it or give it to the power of a fraction so that we can choose like how fast it gets cut off, you know? Well, like, for example, 0.8. You can code in Desmos. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff you can do in it. Pretty wacky. But then, see, at this point, by the time we get to 5, it's just like, y is like 3, so it's not as bad. We'll have like a base amount of entities that spawn, but then with each level, it just adds more and more. So I think the base amount, we'll say like 5 entities to start out. Made this in Desmos. Let's check it out. Allow the animation. Oh, let's go. It's pretty neat. Reset time. Segment time. And this is like... that's just telling me stuff. So we can decrease speed. Until it's super slow. Yeah, that's pretty neat. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with Desmos. It's pretty awesome. I've seen some crazy stuff, because you can also do that thing where you can play audio based off of your graphs. So it gets wild. You can do insane stuff. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Anyways. So let's say that we're on like level 10. I want there to be like maybe like 20 entities or something. So I almost want like a faster rate. And the way we can do that is by multiplying x. So we could say if we're on level 10, that leaves us with like 11 entities. So level 1 is going to give us 7. So we actually want to start this off as... I want to push x over to the right by 1. Or technically to the left or whatever, you know. So at level 1, we start with 5 entities. Then as we go along here, level 2, we get 7 entities, which I feel like is a pretty good. Then level 3, we have 8 entities. Level 4, that would stay at 8. And by the time we get to like level 10, we have 11, which I think maybe is a little bit too slow for the drop-off. So I'm gonna up this fraction, maybe to 0.7. So level 2, we're at 7. Level 3, we're at 8. So by the time we're at level 10, it's like 14, 15 enemies. And then if we get to some insane value over here, like level 50, we're at 35. I think this is probably good for now. I wanna just see how this feels. These are all numbers that we can start tweaking, you know, as we do more play testing and stuff, so. All right, so we're gonna say entity count is equal to 5 plus 2 times level minus 1. So we start at 0. Then we say power of all that to the power of 0.8. So that should give us our entity count. And then I just want to say how many entities we generated here. And then now we say boom for range and entity count. All right, hopefully this works. Oh, and then also one thing that we had to do at the very end of all this is say round I. Like that. Alrighty. Add all the entities. So that's most of our like balancing systems. The other thing that I want to do is calculate this difficulty factor, right? So this is basically just going to be like a multiplier of how hard the game is. So once it hits like 2 times, it just increases all the stats of everybody. So stuff like how much damage do entities do to you? How fast are they? I don't know if we'll do speed because that might be a little too crazy. But maybe like if somebody's locked onto you, it would multiply their like aggro speed. Just stuff like that. And this would ramp up pretty slow, but over time this would just make it generally harder to survive in the maze. And then the other thing that I want to do also is multiply the item drop rates by the difficulty factor as well. So just make it more and more rare to find food and water, I think. So you kind of have to really start relying on like systems to make that stuff, like elevator upgrades and things. Otherwise, you're eventually going to hit a spot where you're not really going to find much in the maze anymore. So you're kind of screwed if you don't start planning for all that. All right, so difficulty. Let's go down to generate maze. Just in here, I'm gonna figure out like what it should be. So as a base, it's gonna be equal to level. Well, actually, not really level. It'll be equal to 1 as a base. Plus level minus 1. So immediately by default, what that means is that when we're on the surface, it'll be 1 plus -1, which means difficulty is 0. So it should be, you know, super safe. And then when we're on the first level and we go down to the elevator, that will give us a difficulty factor of... Actually, I'm just going to clamp this, though. Minimum to 0, maximum to infinity. Well, in that case, I'm just going to say max 1. Alright. So we don't get negative or 0 values. Minimum of 1. Alright. So let's also graph this one, which is going to be y equals x minus 1 And then 1 plus that.
I can't tell you how to see me.
So
There's nothing inside. Will it always
should that be minus? Yeah. No, that should be. Actually, no, we just leave it. So it's 0, it's 1. Yeah, this makes sense. So it starts at 1 on level 0, whatever. So I don't want this to increase this fast because the game will become impossible. So we're going to definitely give this like a strong fall off, right? Probably like to the power of 0.5, so we're almost like square rooting it or whatever. Because by the time we get to like level 10 or something, that's already 4 times multiplier. That's too hard. That's too much. Maybe we go to 0.3. I feel like at 10 levels, that difficulty would be like 3 times or something like that. It should be like definitely way more dangerous by level 10. So let's just start with that. So now we're just gonna say all of this pow that power of 0.3. I think we should be good. So if we have x minus 1 to the power of 0.3, this is the curve that we're adding onto it. So level 1 we're adding 0, level 2 we're adding... Yeah, that should be fine. The only thing though is it immediately jumps up to 2 times, which is not ideal. On level 1? It doesn't seem right. I think we gotta rework this formula. I could use log. I could, but I feel like log is kind of... Like, I could use log, but the reason I'm using this one is because it starts at a defined value. The issue with log is that it never is defined. You can see at 0, it's undefined, which just makes it kind of more complicated to calculate. So I think I'd rather keep it sort of like this. What is like you can divide or something to like flatten this curve? I know there's a way to do it. I guess it doesn't matter. We just want it to start right here. Well, it kind of does matter. Just thinking how I want to do this. Snooze that ad. Let's just make this the exact same as our formula so I actually know what's happening here. Okay, at level 0, difficulty is nothing. Because it'll climb. At level 1, it's 1. Then immediately at level 2, you see it jumps up to 2, which is not ideal. Do I need to do, like, square root? But that's still gonna go do that 0 to 1 jump. Yeah, division stretches an axis. That's what I thought. But it doesn't really, like... It still has that little hump at the beginning. Which is fine, I guess, but... Maybe we just do that, divided by that. Like, really stretch it out. Power of 0.9. Maybe this is better. And then stretch it out more. Okay. Then on level 2, it's already at 1.5 times, which is kind of like a big jump. Maybe we need to figure this out from a different perspective. Like, we say 1 plus x divided by 5. You know? Like, I'm just thinking how we want to do this. Or we could do, instead of that, like... I'm just thinking, how do we want to do this? E. What is, like, x divided by... Well, that's not going to be anything. We could do square root. But that's the same thing as saying to the power of 0.5. Because the issue is the more we flatten out the curve, the more that, like, hump becomes more exaggerated. It's almost like we need to do like a 1 plus, oops, 2x over x, or not that, but like, because that's just gonna be 1 plus 2 then. 1 over, no, x over 0.5x. No, because again, that just eliminates x. I'm stupid. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm probably going to do is just, yeah, push the hump back. So we'd end up with 1 plus x plus 1 to the power of 0.3. So that would just push that hump back, and then it'll make it a little more reliable. So level 0, and then what I need to do is not plus 1 anymore, like that. So now at level 0, it's 1. At level 1, it's 1.2. I think that's more reliable. Still a little too steep, though, honestly. Almost something like this. So by level 10, what are we at? 1.2? That's not enough. By level 10, ideally, I think I want it to be around 3 times. So I'd say, like, to the power of, like, 0.4 is probably about right. Then at level 2 or 1.3, level 2 is 1.5, level 3 is 1.7. I feel like that's probably about right. So, yeah, let's go ahead and do this in here then. But the level doesn't start until... It's weird how it has to be offset. Alright, so we say level plus 1, and that gives us exactly this. But the thing is at level 1, I want it to be centered around that point. So we actually just don't add anything, because we're not using this initial hump anyways. So it starts at 1. At level 1, it should be 1. So I think that's all we need to do here. And it doesn't matter if it goes negative. So we're definitely going to print out, you know, a thing that's like difficulty is that. So I can see what it actually calculated to. With the chip, what Godot are you using in Starground now? I am using regular Godot Steam 4.5.1, which I do need to update the documentation with that. And also, there's now a new repository. You have to get it from Codeberg instead, so... So, Godot Steam... And then specifically which release is... I think this one. Yeah. Because now multiplayer appears integrated into regular Godot Steam. It's not a separate thing anymore. So let's go ahead and update our modding documentation, perhaps. Docs. I do really need to go through here and clean this all up, but I'm kind of like waiting a little bit for like Starground to be more complete. Just because it's really hard to constantly be editing, updating this stuff all the time. So let's just replace this link here. Oh. So adding in a... Oh, there we go. Just doesn't replace it, I guess. Also, we got an ad starting soon. My apologies. Berg is German for hill/mountain. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it is. Iceberg. I guess that makes sense. So, like, an iceberg is just a mountain made out of ice. Yeah. GSD comp is probably... Oh, GDSD comp. Whoops. It's probably updated by now, so let's go give the 2.0 version. Oh yeah, it's like way newer. Boom. Alrighty. We can commit those changes. Let's commit directly. Alright, that should be updated now. My apologies, guys, if if the modding documentation is super out of date. I need to go back and update it. But that's something I'm gonna, like I said, pay attention a lot more to, like, once, you know, sort of the game's a little more stable, and I'm not adding in as many features constantly. Because it's like, there's still a lot of tumultuous things happening where I make a decision, and then all the modding stuff is completely different, and I have to redo everything again. So, I think the best thing is to decompile the game and kind of duplicate things, or kind of just mess around with stuff, honestly. Recommend people decompile. Hey, Cosmo, thank you for the cheese. Much appreciated. Alright, so we should have our new difficulty system implemented now. If we go down, we should see as soon as the maze gets generated, it's going to print out a bunch of different statistics. Like, what got chosen. That's not right. So generated one breaker, which is good. Something is a little suspicious, guys. See if you can spot the error. So what happened here? Is it because we said power to -1? Let's go ahead and load this function in again, see what went wrong. Your FNAF clone has a new name and update? Let's go, I gotta try it out. Oh, what? What's wrong with it? Oh, duh. Stupid. Power of 0.8. So this is what we got. Or at level 1, it should have chosen 5 entities. I don't know why it didn't work. Hey, thank you so much, Null Studios, for the sub with Prime. Much appreciated. How's it going? Are you already in here earlier? Yeah. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. It's not looking left and right simulator anymore. Let's go. Yeah, I gotta try it out. Yeah. That was today, right? When we were talking? Unless I was... Yeah, no, that was today. Yeah, you're talking about the jam, you're hosting stuff. Yeah, it's still pretty epic. So why did this somehow return like a null value? I don't know. Because what should have happened is that it returned this, since we're on level 1. So basically we say 0 to the power of 0.8, which is 0. 0 times 2 is 0. So it should just be 5. But for some reason, we got a negative 64-bit integer limit. I don't know how that even happened. Is it because I calculated that after or before level or whatever it changed? Because I could see how that could happen if I put in like a weird negative value. Because down in here, where do I actually increment level? Ah. That would be why, gamers. I have to increment level before that stuff happens. And just so we never have an issue like this ever again, I'm gonna clamp this. Or not clamp it on the positive, but we're just gonna say max 1. Or no, maximum is 0, yeah. Alright, let's try this again. Computer's not like, yeah, 0 to power something, yeah. Funky song, yeah. But yeah, we can check out your game, Cosmo. I should have it in like my history or something. I'll just search for you, Cosmo Gamedev. Cosmo Dev. Right, I should have followed you. What's your, is this your stuff? Yeah, it's Dark Events, right? Yeah. Let me give you a follow so that I don't have to search anymore. Let's go. Update 0.01. CRT monitor and table. Let's go. Let's try it out. Also, looks good in here. Generated 1 breaker, debris decoration, generated 5 entities, difficulty is 1. Seems like everything is exactly in order. So it should not let us leave yet, right? I have to... Yeah, we have to go hit the breaker. Let's hope that it works again, yeah. We'll try it out. I'm just gonna go find the breaker super quick and then we can go try our game. I'm also gonna choose what kinds of maps get generated as well, depending on the difficulty factor. Because sometimes, like, I think big maps are harder than small ones. Because it just takes way more time to find the breaker and stuff. So I'm probably going to, yeah, have like a list of different maps given the difficulty. Because as you can see, this is a pretty big map. And I've been running around for a minute. I mean, obviously it shouldn't be like an instant find the breaker immediately, but this is the first level. So I want to make sure that it feels good. I'll probably generate like some different tiers of map sizes, right? Where if you're on a lower level, it spawns tiny map sizes, and then as you move up, it generates larger and larger. You can color folders in the file system? Yes, you can. It's pretty useful just for organizing things. Yeah, all you do is just right-click and then set the color. Super easy. Where's this other breaker? Sometimes you can see the green glow in the distance, so... Alright, I'm gonna cheat, guys. I just want to make sure, like, it did generate properly and stuff, because, you know, don't want any problems. Oh. Where is it? It's a little trickier to find stuff now. There's all these other decorations around. And see, the other thing too is like, with all these new decorations and other objects spawning in now, I just wanted to test and make sure that it does actually properly spawn. Yeah, see, this map is huge. It's sprawling. I literally don't see it. Have you guys seen it anywhere? It did generate, right? Okay, let's check remote view where it is. Breaker switch. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's pretty hard to find. Huh. I don't even know where the heck I am. Where am I? I'm way over there. So I gotta go straight, take the first left, and then the first right. Which I think straight is this way. Nope. This way. What kind of game is this? Like a roguelite, open world, story-based? This is more a roguelite than anything else. What was it? Take the first left? Oh no. It's gonna be like increasing difficulty. You're probably gonna run up the game multiple times. So it's like, you know, roguelite runs and stuff. So yeah, I would say it's a survival horror roguelite. Get out of my way, sir. It's like a Repo-like. Still never played Repo yet, but someday. It's not multiplayer though, so that's gonna kind of drastically change the way it works. I don't think you eat or drink water in Repo, so that's kind of one of the big differences for sure. That's the sort of survival aspect of it, right? Is that your character can go hungry and die. So, oh, I gotta change that breaker noise. It's stupid, but it's fine for now. Then I don't even know how to get back home. Eat cornflakes? I guess, but you don't eat it for hunger, right? Okay. I just want to see what values get generated when we descend now. I'm just curious to see. So yeah, that map was way too big for being level 1. See, like something like that would be fine if there's like 5 breakers that you have to find. But with just 1, it just feels like a lot of wandering around, which is not what I want. So we're definitely going to change that. Oh. I'm gonna say get asleep. That's because it wasn't there already when I first clicked on it. Backrooms level. Maybe. Who knows? I thought about something like that. I mean, this game is definitely sort of backrooms coded. It feels a little liminal, which is fine. Alright, so it's generated 2 breakers, spawned 7 entities, and our difficulty is set to 1.3. So it does indeed work. Already found 1 breaker. So yeah, I think we're pretty much good to go with those different values. It'll help a lot in making this feel more like a real game, because it's not just going to be this static level of difficulty. Now, as you play longer, it's going to get harder, which is the whole idea of a roguelite. So. Is there anything that can kill you? There is. I'm just not spawning those entities right now because I'm testing. But the robots can theoretically kill you. If you stand in front of them when they fall over like that, they will crush you and you will instantly die. So, and if you die in the game, there's no respawning, there's no checkpoints, your run is over. So, you really don't want to die. But yeah, there's these robot guys. They're not really like hyper-aggressive enemies. They just kind of wander around and chill. But there are enemies that are more dangerous. For example, Ares is an aggressive type of entity. So whenever he sees you, he immediately starts charging toward you, which does lots of damage. So he is very dangerous. And those are the 2 guys that do damage right now. We have a bunch more planned out, obviously. It's just been a lot of spending time trying to get all the gameplay stuff set up and then worry about entity variety later. But, what's up, Broly? Welcome in. How's it going? But yeah, we've got like a whole massive section on Miro of just all of our different entity ideas. We want to do, ideally, I think, like sort of a 50-50 split between dangerous ones and ones that are more like support entities, you know? Turn off our test slate. So, but yeah, we've got a whole bunch in here. So Ares is one of them. If he sees you, he runs at you and does a big charge attack. Old Robot is not really like a aggressive entity, but he can kill you. So he's sort of like a weird in between. The Doorman is going to be pretty dangerous. He's almost like the marionette in FNAF 2. So you have to kind of, you know, keep an eye on him, otherwise he gets you. Diver is not dangerous. Kobolds are not dangerous. The Lion is an aggressive entity that will destroy you. He doesn't like drones, but he, you know, sniffs you out because you're made out of meat, the player. And so he will choose to munch on you. And also, if you have too much food in your elevator, he will find a way in. He'll sniff it out. So you kind of have to be careful with him and food. And then there's a bunch of other ones over here that aren't completely fleshed out, but are just notes right now. Pyramid Head ripoff, because it'd be epic. This is like a teleporter entity, kind of like in, I think Subnautica has guys like that. They teleport you around. Yeah, the Starground plushie. It's funny that I'm glad I added that guy in. It's like one of the first things we did. The cave people, which they will be aggressive. I mean, they are mostly peaceful, but if they have any light shining on them, they get angry. The crow can be aggressive. If you're in its nest, it'll attack on sight. Scavengers are kind of another, like, semi-aggressive. Anything that can potentially target you and choose to attack you, we classify as an aggressive entity. We haven't done these guys yet, but that's one of the, you know, soon. We want to do it soon. But yeah, those are just some of the entities we have down. There's still a bunch more that I want to do. Like, this is a very early list of everything in here. But yeah. Anyways. Drop bears, yeah. Those guys are kind of scary. For someone who wants to go into programming to make money, which niche is better, game dev or web dev? It's hard to say. I mean, to be honest, they're both extremely competitive fields. But I feel like it would be a little bit easier to make money off of web dev. Game dev is way harder than web dev. There's a lot more things that you need to know and be good at in order to make a successful game. You have to be able to market really well. You have to do all of the art and programming and sound design and all that stuff. It just requires more work in general. So I think definitely web developing is probably a little bit better. But, you know, it's both competitive. There's a lot of people getting degrees in computer science. So, but if you really want to make more reliable money, I would say web development. I like game development way more than web development. But, you know, I go into that accepting the fact that I probably won't make as much money, which is fine. But yeah. Hopefully I make money one day. I mean, I made money on Starground, but, you know, like, more of a real salary. You're a 3D artist with a no programming background. Okay. Interesting. I mean, you could do modeling stuff too. AI is pretty terrible at making 3D models right now. That's probably a more realistic position to get into, like becoming a 3D artist versus a web developer. But honestly, like, at the end of the day, money's cool, but I think that you can make money off of really anything that you want. As long as you put enough time and effort into it, it's feasible, you know? So, like, honestly, do the thing that you want to do, because I always think the most important thing above all is enjoying it. Because if you're enjoying what you're doing, it becomes significantly easier, right? Like, to me, game development is way easier, not because it's like the actual game developing is way harder than web development, but just because I enjoy it so much more, I'm more motivated and it's way easier for me. So I think that's really, at the end of the day, the thing that matters the most. A lot of people always just say, keep your job and do it on the side until it starts making enough money. And I think that's probably, you know, the responsible way to go about it. Of course, I didn't do that because I really don't want to work a job, 9 to 5, whatever. But I'm putting everything into it. Every day of my life, I'm doing game development stuff. So, you know, I'm trying. Yeah, see, at least not for web dev. Indie games are stronger than ever. I don't really think AI will ever truly replace programmers. AI is still pretty terrible at programming, I'm not gonna lie. The thing that it always gets caught up on is just the design of everything, and we mentioned this earlier in the stream today. I think design of your code is the most important part. So yeah, I can scrap together some little snippets of things, but when you ask it to actually create an entire complete project, I don't think it does a very good job. And it just seems like people spend more time trying to fix it and tell it what to do correctly than they would have spent just actually writing it themselves. And also, I don't really like having to rely solely on, like, telling somebody else to do something for me. It's not like AI is this cemented... Okay, now we're good. I just got, for some reason, all of my notifications randomly. Whenever I get like 1 million Discord notifications, I know it's like a bot on the server, so I have to like go and ban them. So Cosmo, thank you for the spin. Yeah, I mean, definitely AI has been a detriment to programmers, which is unfortunate because it keeps taking jobs away from... The thing is that senior software engineers, they're set because everybody needs senior software engineers. It's a very in-demand thing. But the people that are most at risk are people trying to get into the industry for the first time, fresh out of university and stuff like that. Because the jobs that get distributed to programmers like that are simple and easy enough for AI to do good enough. But I hope all the AI stuff is a bubble and we stop dumping trillions of dollars into it. Because I don't know if it's really going to create much value at the end of the day. Because also, in a way, I feel like it's almost like it's like self-sabotaging. If AI gets super good and every single game is perfect, then your average revenue of each game is gonna just get worse and worse. You know, like, it feels like it's one of those things where I don't know if it has the ability to create enough variety to truly, like, permanently replace individual creators and our own human creativity. It's, I don't know. Nobody really knows. We'll have to wait and see. Anyways, let me see what... I missed a bunch of messages in here, sorry. Yeah, dev security ops are good fields. Yeah, security is super, like, there's always a need for that. And it's so critical. I know that it's not... like, everybody that I know going into security stuff seems to usually be able to land a job. Because it's just, it's so much in demand. And everything uses, you know, authenticating users and blah, 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 and preventing data leaks. You know, security ops stuff. But yeah, definitely a solid option. It's not for everybody, though. It is complicated, and I don't personally enjoy it very much. But I think it's definitely cool, though, and it's necessary. You can make a lot of money making 3D assets. Yeah, definitely you can. Sometimes it can be hard. You got to make sure that, you know, you understand what your assets are being used for and stuff like that, I think. Like, because the thing that you're always competing against is free assets. There's so many free assets. If you want to actually sell an asset and make money off of it, you have to make sure you're actually offering something super, super good. The only thing I'd ever consider buying asset-wise is like a complete massive library of like everything I would ever need to make a game, right? In terms of 3D assets. I mean, me, I'm not really the target audience because I model my own stuff, but I could definitely see though you'd have to offer some good value for that kind of thing. But it's a nice passive income sort of thing. I've done like 2D asset packs before, and they don't make a lot of money, but you know, every once in a while I get $50 in my account, so it's like nice. If you do it all the time and build up a massive library of different assets, I think you could eventually start making a lot of money. Let's see. Yeah, it's a flip of a coin if you have success as an indie. Yeah, I think passion in your projects is really what matters most above all. Really into game dev, but I'm broke and don't have time. I totally feel that. That's where a lot of people are at, I think. I think the big thing is just, you know, try and work it in on the side wherever you can. Don't like quit your job and go all out, because then it's too much risk. Yeah, buying out the world supply RAM. Dude, I hate that. It's so dumb. Apparently Asus is now going to start production of consumer RAM, which is awesome. And supposedly, I haven't confirmed any of this, but just what I've heard. Also, they're going to ramp up production of consumer graphics cards. So it sounds like Asus might be pulling an Epic Gamer move here, guys. But we'll see how that actually turns out. Yeah, never ever would I give AI a web security job. Yeah, too much risk. Honestly, web security, or like just security and stuff in general, is a surprisingly like creative field in a lot of ways. Like just in the classes I've taken, you have to be very like, you've got to be really good at coming up with ways that people could exploit your systems. It's kind of really hard in that sense. Like just, I don't know. It's interesting though. It feels like it's one of those fields that has like a super high like skill cap, where it's like there's so, you could get so good at it. You could spend your entire life in that kind of industry, in that kind of position, whatever. I think game industry is safe for now, apart from asset generation. Games are too complicated and hard to make for AI to do anything reasonably good. Yeah. I think the only thing we're really going to see with AI and game development is just a lot more games that utilize AI, which is sort of what we're already seeing. Like even games like, for example, whatchamacallit? Arc Raiders, I think, uses AI for all the voices of the characters and stuff. So I think it's just mainly going to be in that form, right? Maybe some posters or something generated with AI. I imagine that's really all that's going to come out of it. But I don't think we're going to see AI, like games just purely driven by AI. It's just too disjointed. I think to make a good game, it's really got to feel coherent, and AI cannot really make coherent stuff super well. But it works as a tool, I guess. I don't bother with it because I always like, and this goes for anything, even plugins and stuff, I really don't like relying on tools, because eventually the tools will become out of date or stop working how you want them to, and it sucks. So usually when it comes to like me adding in something in a game, I'd rather program it myself than find a pre-made thing for it, right? Because I also just like having the ability to customize and change it too. So Captain Coder, welcome in. Yeah, it can be difficult to buy assets that go together well. Yeah, that's something that I always see with assets online. That's why, like, yeah, just a minute ago when I was talking about that, I think it's really important to have, like, if you're going to sell assets, make sure that you offer all of the assets that somebody could need. Because I'm not going to buy any assets as a consumer unless I know that I'm going to have a big, nice library of assets that are all visually coherent. Because I hate when you know, there's one asset pack, but it's like just a little bit of a different style, and it's just it becomes a mess, you know? Anyways, I'm just doing nothing right now, aren't I? I was gonna add a little hidden zone under here, because so you can hide under the table. I left software engineering. Crypto was the big thing, and it was hard to find jobs that weren't crypto related. Yeah, it's always a cycle. This thing happens all the time. Yeah, it's the same stuff with the whole crypto thing, where everybody's like, crypto's the new big thing, and it's gonna replace all of our currencies really soon, guys. And then guess what? It didn't. Nothing ever happens, guys. If I've learned anything, it's that nothing ever happens. And I'm sure it's gonna be the same thing with AI all over again. Crypto's still around, but it's not this big, massive, like, cultural thing that everybody thought it was gonna be. And it's gonna be the same thing with AI. All right, let's position this here. So this is just gonna denote our little hidden zone. So if the player is crouching and is in this zone, they are hidden from the spooky, evil monsters. Yeah, this doesn't have to be perfect because it's just like a general, you know, get close enough kind of thing. Also, I think I don't know if I'm actually checking if the player is crouching with these zones. I have to make sure that that's actually set up. Sneak zone. Yeah, same cycle again. Somehow more of the real economy is wrapped up in it. Yeah. It's crazy how much value that investors and stuff have put into it. I mean, to be fair, I've invested. And like my mutual funds and stuff are primarily in Nvidia and other companies pumping so much money into it. Because they're valued so highly, I'm making money off of it. Which sucks, but it's the truth. But yeah, we'll see it. I wonder if it's all gonna crumble. Expedition 33 even use it for placeholders? Oh yeah. I mean, I don't really see any moral issue with just using it as a placeholder kind of thing. But if you're using it for final production, I don't know if that's really, you know, if I would agree with that so much. Okay, so get the sneak check. And then let's say that, and our current state is equal to states.crouching. Because I don't want somebody to get... Oh, wait, no, we don't actually want that to be true. Oh, wait. Don't do that. Because I realized for some things, like, for example, the lockers that I want to add in, those you will not be crouching under. Also, it's my first time here. I'm a bit confused why you're pacing under desk. I'm not testing anything. I'm just reading chat and not doing anything. That's why. But now we got this little hidden zone under here so we can hide under the desk when a monster comes in. And I think I kind of want to, like, maybe potentially... I want to somehow integrate these lights in so that if you have the lights on when an entity walks in here, then you can, like, get screwed over. Also, let's add a collider over here because I don't like how people can crouch underneath the generator and stuff. It just doesn't make sense. Because this stuff is fine. It's like hollow, but over here it's got stuff under it, so you shouldn't be able to go under there. Yeah, exactly, Cosmos. It's hard to talk and then also do stuff, but no, it's all good. Don't, like, stop talking or anything. If I started learning today, how much time do you think I need to get, like, a junior web dev job? It's really hard to say. I mean, if you were to enroll in, like, a university program, that would take... it depends on the program, but, you know, obviously for a regular bachelor's degree, that is 4 years. But there's a lot of, like, boot camps and stuff, like... There's other programs that you can do. I don't really know much about them, obviously, because I did the whole university thing. But those, I bet, you could probably find one that's significantly shorter than that, right? They probably have programs offered that's only like maybe a year or two maximum. So yeah, it's just really hard to say. It depends on like just what you end up finding, what kind of degree you're aiming for. It's, yeah, there's a lot of variables that go into it. But yeah, I'd probably say expect maybe 6 months minimum. If you don't know anything about programming, it's probably going to take at least a year. See, it's still like I'm like crouching under this tiny little lip right here. That's not really what I want. But the table, the issue is it kind of extends past. What I need to do is like actually get rid of the collider on this table. So let's go into elevator.blend. Anyway, sorry, let me keep reading all these other things in here. Yeah, what I think about sound, such music voiceovers generated by AI used in production games. I can always easily tell when stuff is AI in games, like voices and sounds and stuff, and I think it sounds odd. Like, AI, the thing is it approximates. When you generate an AI sound effect, it gets pretty close, but it's not real. There's always a little bit of quirkiness to it. And I think if you use enough of that stuff, it starts to kind of degrade the quality of your game. I think. I mean, it's fine. Like I was saying, I think as if you want to use it as a placeholder, then that's okay. But I definitely would probably not use it in full release production. Because people will eventually find out. I've seen a lot of people get a lot of heat for using AI stuff, you know? It's not even just so much about whether it looks good or is good. It's just the fact that you're using it can be a detriment to your reputation. So that's another thing too. Just want to see if I can... See, that's a thing. You get hit by this little tiny lip on this collision shape here. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not the door. It's hard to tell. It might be the door, but... See, how come I just, like, go into it and then don't move? Oh, that happens with any surface, doesn't it? Because it's happening with this one. Is it because of that little tiny lip right there? Like if I do that over here. Okay, that's why. What I'm going to do is modify the player just ever so slightly, their crouch check here. And make the radius of this a little bit smaller so that we don't like hit little tiny lips and stuff on the edge like that. So let's try that. So Sekras, welcome in. Yeah, it takes jobs away from voice actors and musicians. That is true. It does take jobs away. And that's why it's so hard to find a job, because it's it's not just programming. It's, yeah, voice acting and modeling and all that kind of stuff is affected by it. The only thing this causes, though, is still we get that little bit of like a... I think what I need to do is just make the initial crouch, the camera, move a tiny bit faster. So, let's see. Let's go down to where the camera does the stuff. Where do I calculate all the camera movement stuff? Camera. Let's look for that. Camera rotation. Did I just go back up to the beginning? Camera shake. Active camera. Camera offset. Oh, here we go. Camera position. So I have this value, which is the speed of the camera position. Let's set that to a little bit higher, like 10. Just so that we don't see it like clipping in as much. And it does help make the crouching feel a little more snappy. Yeah, that works. Now we don't have any issues crouching over here. But we can go under here. Alright. Anyways. Sorry if I'm missing so many things in here. Let's see, I'm just gonna take courses from YouTube and Udemy. Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's not really a super set in stone answer about how long it takes to learn to become a web developer. It just, yeah, depends on the kind of courses and stuff you take, but I would expect at least 6 months is just as a general rule of thumb, I would say. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about your game, Cosmo. Sorry, we just started talking about so much stuff. But yeah, we can run that up right now. My apologies. 6 months viewed under software and game dev. Let's go. So hey, Clay, welcome in. But yeah, my statement on AI music and stuff like that, I think a big part of music... Well, let me turn off the... Speaking of music. Oh. What were the controls? I saw them for a moment and now I don't remember. I think, one thing I would do, Cosmo, is make it so the controls stay around until I dismiss them. Okay, it's the same controls. Because sometimes I don't notice it's there and then I forget everything. So does the monitor ever do anything now, or does it just kind of chill there? What was I supposed to do there? Oh, space? Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, okay. I see. Interesting. Yeah, sorry about the jump scare. Yeah, it's good. It makes it a little bit more tricky now to deal with these guys on the side, because I actually have a different objective to do. Basically, FNAF, yeah, Music Box 2.0 works. Yeah, it's fine. It's just a good little distraction away from this stuff. So, I think it works. But anyways, my statement on all the AI music stuff. I think a big part of me and listening to music is the meaning behind it. Like, you know, when people create a song, it's like something personal that relates to them as a human being. And I feel like using AI for that kind of stuff almost like takes that away a little bit. Like, that's one of the big issues with AI for me, is just the like context and meaning behind things. Like, if you think about, like, there's always that one great example of that painting that Van Gogh painted about that, like, cafe that didn't let him in or whatever. And he chose to paint it empty. I think that's the kind of stuff, that kind of meaning, that I don't really think AI could ever replicate. Because that's what makes that painting interesting. Without that context, it's just boring. It's just a empty cafe. But it's the fact that it has a story or a real event associated with it, I think that's the part of the reason why I enjoy art like that, you know? So, and AI will never be able to do that. Because it's not alive and it doesn't have feelings. So, you know, placeholders, I mean, whatever, I don't really care. Because I'm never going to know as a consumer, were there AI placeholders before. But I do think that the final assets that you use, probably best to try and replace those with things that have meaning, you know, before you fully release a project. But that's just what I think. Get these goobers out of here. Sorry about it being so loud, guys. That's another thing that you should change, Cosmos. Make the ending not so obscenely loud. But yeah, that's epic. I do like that addition. It definitely makes it a little more like fun because there's like things to do now instead of just spam and back and forth and do the same cycle. It's a little more advanced, which is nice. I think something that you could also do that would really help add a lot of replayability is add multiple levels that incrementally get harder, because that will give me something to do. The issue right now is I play it once and I've seen everything, and now there's no reason for me to play it again. But if it starts off easier, it gives me a little bit more time to understand the controls and everything. And then as it ramps up, it gives me like an objective to reach, you know? And I can like feel good about myself for beating the final level because it's really hard. So, but yeah, something like that could be nice just as a next steps kind of thing. But yeah, definitely an improvement. I like the little minigame thing. I need to fix this. Sometimes this Rubble chooses to spawn inside of the elevator. It's just because it's using this vertice right there. But I just don't know. I guess I need to somehow exclude these two front vertices, but I'm not sure how I can know whether it is that vertice or not. I guess I could just do a position check and see, hey, are you, you know, close to the elevator? And if so, then don't do it. Actually, now that I think about it, is that vertice right there, is that exactly at 0? It is. So I could just check if that vertice position along the z-axis is 0, then do not spawn a decoration there. So it's going to be, or debris, you know. So I just want to check in here. Right here is our final vert position. Then I want to say a final vert position dot z not equal to 0, and final vert position dot x ABS on that is less than 8 or greater than 8 or whatever. Then push back final vert position. Let's see. I forgot about that. Yeah, vent sounds could be cool. Yeah, definitely. Deep seat, like red eyes mechanic. Don't flash the scary thing as red eyes would be cool too. Yeah, that would be very nice. I think something to switch it up so I have to think a little bit harder when I see one of the guys would be a very good addition. So, maybe no PNG monsters. Honestly, I don't mind the PNG monsters. I think they're fine. I mean, you can swap them out for 3D if you felt like it, but I think 2D and 3D, I don't think it's necessarily a bad mix. It's just about how you choose to do the, you know, how you draw the sprites and stuff. See, I'm trying to think how this works. So if it's not 0, so if it's not equal to 0, so if it is equal to 0, then this one has to be true. So I think this will work. Should just basically create a little radius around there that's not going to spawn debris anymore. So let's go find out if it works. Anyway, sorry if I didn't keep up with the conversation and stuff about everything, but hopefully I contributed on everything. Yeah, it's tricky to do stuff and also talk at the same time. Definitely. I guess specifically just this kind of stuff, since it's a lot of like brain power. Trying to think about how things are going to work and stuff. He's a good stream. Sleep? Yeah, 2 a.m. Get some sleep. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. And thanks for the hydrate, Astro. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Thank you so much. Why did this not work? So it says it's vector 3. It should be at least. Let me just specify vector 3. So z is not equal to 0. What is this? Oh, I can't do ABS on a float, I guess? That doesn't make any sense. Oh. I put a boolean inside of the value. That's a silly error. Let's try this again. But hopefully this all works. Right. It looks like we're okay. This debris did not spawn here. I think it spawned on this vertice, so that's okay if it does it there. I don't think it's ever... I mean, technically it overlaps a little bit, but it's kind of not that much. I just don't want there to be, like, rocks randomly in the middle of the floor over here, so... But I think we're okay. Let's go around and make sure that it's still generated everywhere else normally, because, you know, I could see that being an issue. Yeah, seems fine. Cool. Alrighty. And I might also just add all of these debris nodes into like a sub-node, just so it's not clogging up the remote scene tree. Oops, I have to give it a node 3D. I'm just gonna call this stuff debris, and now we're gonna add it. Instead of just randomly as a child, we'll say debris.addChild. And then technically I don't have to add each individual mesh to the maze clear group. I could just add debris. Oh, but I don't want debris to get cleared out every time, so we're fine. Let's go. Yeah, I need to put some different elevator music in here. The more and more it plays, the more insane I go. It was an epic bop in the beginning, and now it's making me angry. Boom. What was I even testing? I forgot what I did. Oh yeah, I was just adding them to the different node. Yeah, so now they're all safely tucked away inside of the debris node. Good. Yeah, I do like the addition of this debris and stuff. Obviously, it looks way better when we have good lighting like this. So... I would like to sprinkle in some lights, like... I don't think the maze should be 100% pitch black everywhere. We could potentially do like a little bit of, you know, half-broken lights and stuff that potentially spawn in on the ceilings, you know, stuff like that. Because I think it would be kind of fun. So maybe we do that. It's funny how these guys can just decide to randomly change direction. Are they doing that because of our timer thing? Or are they just approaching their target? Seems like it's just because they're approaching. Chair. Wonder if I should make it so I can sit in the chair. Nah. Nut. Oh. Why oughta. Since I put that collision shape here, I can't put the item onto the storage rack anymore. So I do have to change the way that works. So it does allow for, like, I guess that's fine there, but... Yeah, I can't actually interact with it now. So we have to... let's go ahead and make this fixed. So we're going to go into here. I don't remember what node this is. Let's figure out what it is. This one. Let's go into the elevator scene. This is called upgrade table. So let's go in here to upgrade table. Boom. And stop generating physics. So that I can generate my own. So now I can just choose back to our static body. Boom. Grab my collider. Oh, it's already like perfect. Maybe just ever so slightly taller. How do I do like fine control? That's good enough. Nobody will ever know. And then now I gotta make sure that this box is set plenty behind this so that I can still interact with it properly. So let's see if that works now. And it should prevent any weird crouching stuff. Let's go. Looks good. Can I interact with the slots? Yes, I can. Cool. Alrighty. It's good stuff. I'm almost a little bit conflicted about having a storage rack. I think that's something that's going to have to happen in playtesting, but a little tiny part of me thinks, why have limited storage? Why not just make it so you can put items wherever you want? You know? And it saves their positions and whatnot. I don't know. It's just something telling me about that. Because it's kind of a tiny bit of an unintuitive mechanic to put an item on here and then randomly it... Or just have an item laying around and then randomly it goes away. I mean, we're going to have the doorman like leave you a note and say, hey, you have to be tidy. But, is it necessary though? I guess that's the thing I'm thinking about. Because I could see a universe where we don't have that mechanic. And the way it would sort of work is like, just balance the amount of items that spawn in. So that it doesn't matter if you have limited storage, right? I don't know. I have to continue thinking about that. I think we'll figure that out with playtesting once you guys start playing the game. So yeah, we do need to work on the water also. Right now the way it works is water doesn't have, like, I want to put a shader on the water so you can see it jiggling around. So I do want to work on that. Let's see here. Is this spawning in the corner there? I can't tell if it's like here or if it's there. It might be spawning in the corner. We'll figure it out. So, let me think here. You know, it could just be like a vertex or a float rounding thing. What I need to do instead of saying what I did here, not equal to 0, I need to say if it's... Because let's see, that's positive Z. So I want to say if it's greater than 1 meter. Yeah, I think that'll work. Let's work on the lights that are half broken, that flicker and stuff. I think that would be good. Because I feel like it. Hate that you can't use floats in Modulo Godot. You can, actually. You just have to use a different function. You just say fmod, and now you can do it. So you put in your first value, 2.5, and the value that you're modding it by, like 1.2. And that'll do the exact same thing as saying modulo. The regular modulo operator like this can only be used on ints, but you can use fmod to do, yeah, this is just a float mod, floating point remainder. So yeah, it's pretty helpful. And then yeah, for integer remainder operation, use the modulo operator. Yeah, hopefully that helps. Thank you, yeah, no problem. Finally got the hunger eating pooping system working in my Tamagotchi game. Let's go. Nice. Why would you want to modulate a float? There's a whole bunch of reasons. But like if you have a value, let's say that your value is 5. And I don't know. I've definitely used fmod in the past before. Like if you want to modulate a value that changes, right? So let's say you want to mod that by 2, and let's say you have a value that is a float and can be, like for example, oh I don't know, difficulty level or whatever. Let's say we want to figure out like, so difficulty is from a 0 to, yeah, like chances is a really good way of doing it. There's a lot of reasons you could use fmod. And now I just want to get like 2. So what that'll do is return like, actually one thing I use it a lot is for like angles and stuff like that. It's actually extremely helpful in doing rotation stuff, because what I do right here is I get my rotation and I'm fmodding that by, I believe this is half of pi, right? So it's really like easy way to figure out like what is my current like rotation number and stuff like that. It's a good way of converting rotations into an integer or just a value that I can easily like check. So there's a lot of cases to use it. I use it all the time in Starground too. But yeah. It's hard to like pinpoint exactly like one thing that you would definitely do it for all the time, but yeah, chances, yeah, zoom factor finder, that could work too. Any kind of thing like that, really. Yeah, it has its uses. I mean, almost any reason you would ever modulate an integer, you could apply that same logic to a float too. Yeah, basically instead of just snapping, you know, giving you, returning an integer, you would get like a smooth modulo between values. So it can be helpful for a lot of things that need to like smoothly interpolate. But yeah. So we got an ad starting in 50 seconds. My apologies. Float module is like recursion. Maybe it seems niche. You don't know what specific thing to use it for, but it is super useful. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely has its place. There's a lot of places in Starground where I do that. I could search in here, search fmod. I learned, yeah. There's so many functions like that in Godot that you don't think will be useful, but turns out is actually very nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't use it a ton in here, but there are cases to use it. For example, this is one case. I have my time, and I want to figure out, like... So what this is returning, basically, is time is a float in Starground that starts at 0 and increases by delta. So if time is, like, 111.57... I can modulate that by my day length to get like a progress of how far along is my current day, right? So that would return me like a value from 0 to 1 or whatever, of depending on what I modulate it by. So there's a lot of good cases for like that kind of stuff, like just figuring out progress of things, anything that's like an interpolated value. And I also use it here in this animated texture rect. I get like, what's it here? I'm fmodding time times speed. So this is basically just returning a frame given my, the speed and progress of my current animation. Okay, ads are going on. My apologies, gamers. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that flickering light, because I think it would be nice. We're going to create a new scene. General. And this is going to be a fluorescent light. I don't know if it's going to be fluorescent. It might just be like a... Imagine the time period for this area is more like 50s or 60s. So you gotta go, guten Tag. Well, thanks for coming in, Null Studios. I appreciate it. Good luck with your jam. I hope that goes really well for you. But yeah, thanks for coming in. Let's see. So I want to do 50s light fixture. I just want to see what's around, you know? What did lights used to look like? I mean, these are residential, but I'm more talking commercial, industrial light fixtures. I don't know, if only we had somebody in chat that was alive during the 50s. I mean, I imagine that they didn't really... When were fluorescent light bulbs in use? '90s. Well, maybe it's earlier than I thought. We might have been using fluorescent lights around then. 1930. To me, fluorescent lighting seems like a very 80s and 70s thing, but yeah, it's hard to say though if that's when they were like common though, right? That's when they were like invented, but invention and actual use state is very different. You should do the 5th one. Looks like a serious game. 5th one. Like this one? Or like this one right here? I already have a light that looks very similar to that. Oh, 5th from the very top. Yeah, this one. The light that we already have that looks like that is inside of the elevator. It is, this guy. So we could probably use something similar to that. Like sort of the same vibe, more of like instead of being a vertical, it'd be like more of a horizontal lamp. You know, something more like this. Or like these. You know, you see these all around. A caged bulkhead wall light. Industrial ceiling light. Just want to see what else is around. See, when you say industrial, it just shows like residential things that have the industrial vibe. I think you need to say commercial. That's like the real truth. But yeah, there's a lot of these like ceiling panels, you know, backrooms vibes. There's commercial lights like this. That's just for fluorescent. And then you got the hanging, like this vibe. I just wonder what it like looked like though for real back in like those times though, you know? That's just, I don't know. It's hard to like find a reference image. Like commercial building in 50s. So they had like, I mean, this seems older than 50s. But at least in this one, it's hanging lamps. I guess they did just use the ceiling panels, didn't they? But that's more for like an office setting. I think this is less so like an office. This is more of like a... How do you describe it? Like, let's say I worked at a factory and I was in like a room in the factory that was like the employee locker room or something. It's like the break room. So it wouldn't be like a modern, clean office kind of vibe. It's like obviously this place is some kind of like industrial location. Like, I don't think people were working office jobs. I mean, we might have like some kind of office level, but not this one. I don't know. I guess like stuff like this was used. '50s factory interior. Is this really from the 50s? I feel like that's not true. But I guess they used fluorescent lamps. You can see there's fluorescent light bulbs. Which is interesting. So we'll probably do some kind of fluorescent bulb looking sort of thing. And you do see like some more wacky ones. But those are definitely fluorescent bulbs. So I guess they were pretty common at that point. Alright. Let's just go start modeling some stuff. We'll give it like... I guess we'll give it sort of a frame. So this is 2 meters wide, which might be a little too wide. Let's do like 1 meter wide. Like that. I suppose something like this. And then we can just inset, add, set, not relative. Here, we need to apply our transforms. Apply all transforms. Now, let's set our border radius to, yeah, let's try that. Extrude it out by minus 0.15. Now, let's bevel. Suppose something like this. But I think I'll make a couple changes here. Let's undo all this. So let's do less on this. So I feel like it's a little too like fat. Let's how do I want to do this? How big do I want this to be? There's a 2 meter box. I guess this is about the right size, but I just want to shrink it on the y-axis. Alright, so let's give it a little bit of a border here. Boom. And also apply transforms again. Let's do 005. Nah, let's go 004. And then we do another little tiny one. That's like 001. This is going to be pushed up in. And then we have one that extends out again by 007. Let's do 001. And now we bevel this one. We'll give it a decent bevel. Like something like this. And then just to give it a little more of an industrial vibe, we can let's do 2 loop cuts. Oh, that looks terrible. Whatever, we'll just do this. Object. Do cube. Wish I could do like planes and stuff, since the only thing is the back face culling. It's a little quirky. But we might be okay on this one. So See, because what I ideally want to do is like this. And then we just bevel these guys. Right? Oh. Boom. And now we can just add some more. Mirror. Just like that. Now we got our little lamp. We can merge all this together. Apply the mirror. Join the mesh. So, let's add some material slots. First off is the metal. And then we've got the glass. Which, let's choose which vertices are part of the glass. Oops. Just going so well. Until I ruined everything. Alright, so that's all going to be the glass. Boom. And just to make sure. Yeah. Word gaming. And now we save this as light. 4-door light. And we can go do it now. So I think each light that gets spawned in will just kind of have a random chance of what it's going to be all about. Do I work full-time as indie dev? Yes, I do. Doesn't necessarily mean I make a, a full-time wage, but, you know, we're getting there. What the heck? Where did this spawn? I don't know where that light went. Okay, but we're here. Go into scenes. Yeah, it's definitely really fun, though. Starground's been making enough money for me to get by. But, of course, you know, hopefully I can, release more games and make a little more money. That's the whole reason why I want to get started on, like, Deadlift and stuff so early. Because, you know, ideally we get this game launched immediately after Starground is out in full access. Or at least close to. That's the idea. Let's see, pipe metal. That does do backface culling. It's too bad. Wish I could just, like, choose specifically for this one not to. Because there are other cases where I do not want it to. Or I do want it to, whatever. But, just for now, I could say disabled. So that it stops culling. I mean, I don't think I use this material enough for backface culling to matter very much, so it's probably okay. Now let's get our glass material. Boom. Oh, that's grass, not glass. Where is it? Glass. There we go. Then we're going to add an Omni light in here. Kapow. Oh, is that not centered around 0? No, I think it is. What? Okay, none of it's centered. Let's... Oh, I probably just need to apply all transforms or something. What? Is it just... Does it have a position? It does. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how exactly I want to do the lighting, but I'll just leave the light there for now. That radius is probably okay. We can do shadows because it'll look cool. And then we're just going to give this a basic script. I want there, first off, to be a chance that the light just doesn't work. So var powered. And then we say powered is equal to randi range 0 to 1. Oops. And then we convert that into a bool. Then we say that dot enabled, or dot, like, how do I enable it? Whatever, I just set powered to that. And then in function process, we say if powered, do that, otherwise do a different thing. So what do we say for this? We want to say energy, which I guess is light energy. It's equal to randf range 0.1 to 0.5. Let's just say 0. Otherwise, dot light energy is equal to 0. So we'll see if this works, then we can... Let's change this actually to if randi range powered is true. All right, now we just need to set up some code to spawn these in, which is really easy because we don't even have to run that function to get the nearest wall because it's just going to be on the ceiling, right? So I'll say new function generate lights. It's going to be very similar to some of these other functions, but... So generate lights. Let's just go copy generate decorations. I'll just copy all this code, and then we'll clean it up. So the nice thing is we don't have to call found wall. We just completely get rid of that. Then we say lights is equal to that. Say corridor light. Visited positions for iron range. Let's add in like 40 lights or something. We pick a random position. Now we can get rid of that stuff. If we already have... And then we're going to get our global position first here. Say shareholder value 10. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So we're going to use lights. So visited has global position, or let's just do grid position. Let me push back our grid position. Now decoration, which we're going to rename to light. So that pick random. We don't really have to worry about rotation or anything. So I'm gonna get rid of all that. The only thing I might worry about is the orientation of our current corridor, so we'll see on that. Light global position is global position. The global position Y is going to be, I think, 4 meters, so it's on the ceiling. We're not going to be setting rotation to that. What I do want to do is get, like, I think I can say grid map.get cell item basis. So we can pass in our grid position, and then I can say .get Euler.y for the rotation. It's actually very easy. I need to do that more often. So now the Y rotation will just match whatever the orientation is of our corridor. And that should be it. So I think that should be good. It's going to spawn in 40 of those. Or at least it'll try to, right? Like it'll do 40 passes. It doesn't mean every single corridor is going to have a light. And let's up the chance that it's actually powered to be much lower. And for the color on this, I think I'm going to match it to the color of the light in the elevator. So it's going to be this guy in here. Main light. Color. Like that. And that is all, folks. Let's try it out. See if it works. Yeah, I like having all these different like aspects of the maze kind of in their own separate functions, right? Because like I can very finely tune how many lights get spawned, how many entities spawn, like when it happens and everything like that. So I think it's a good way to do it. Because I just want control over that stuff. Interesting. It spawned in a light right there. You can see what it's like. It's flashing. Obviously, let's go disable the test light because it kind of ruins the vibe. But not too bad. I feel like it's like too dark, too bright in here now all of a sudden or something. I don't know. But actually, it looks like the rotation works flawlessly, which is cool. It just acts as a nice little decoration up there, you know? Oh, brother. Let me through. And I'm really not seeing a whole lot of lights that are lit up in here. I mean, which is partially good. I don't want there to be like a million lit up lights, right? Because it's supposed to be like a rare event. So you can see one there. There's one right there. There's two right next to each other right here, so yeah, it's probably common enough. This looks freaking awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I might also make this shaded smooth, potentially. And yeah, that'll work. Let's see what that looks like now. Didn't really update anything. I'll probably have to restart the game for that, but that's fine. Yeah, I think like 1 in... So this should be a... If it's 0 to 3, it's a 1 in 4 chance for a light to actually be lit up like this. And it's not like this is like a super bright light or something. It's still pretty dim. And it's only a very small area that it gets lit up. So I think it's probably okay. I'll have to give people like seizure warnings now though. It's gonna be mad. I can keep flickering like that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna change the way it flickers because it is a little annoying. I mean, that is how lights flicker in real life, but I think it's annoying. So instead, what I'm gonna do is give this a sign. Yeah, let's just do sign. Time.get ticks milliseconds divided by 1,000. So that'll do kind of a slow, and then we multiply that by one that's a little bit faster. And then we want to map all of that. So that's going to be anywhere from -1 to 1. So now what I want to do is say all of that divided by 2, 1 plus that. So now you can see they do sort of flicker, but now they're more like it's slower, so it's not as annoying. One trick that avoids eye strain is not turning the light off all the way, but instead setting the off value to really low value. Yeah, for sure. I think that's sort of what we'll do here. I want to give this, actually, I'm going to divide this by random value. So, yeah, not necessarily speed, but just the full contrast. Yeah, I totally know what you mean. Like just the fact that it's going from complete darkness to full bright. I definitely want to like change this so it's not doing that. Just thinking how I want to do this. I think I can just say global that sign range. And then min, max, and time. So like 0, 0.5, and do that. So I can set that even lower if I want, 0.2. So that keeps the light pretty dark. Yeah, clamp function might do what you need. I'm using this function. This is a function that I use all over, sign range. Because there is no sign range built into Godot, which I find kind of odd. But what this does basically is it just, it allows me to do a sine wave and return a value in between two defined numbers, right? So I can say like, I want the sine function to return between 0.1 and 0.2, which is what it's doing right here. So you can see like that does, I think I like that flicker. Then what I'm gonna do is change these values here to be like random. So I wanna say, div1 and div2 will be equal to randef range from 100 to 2000, or let's say from 100 to 1000. So those, like every light will kind of have its own rate at which it flickers, instead of it all just being a constant time thing. So of course it's going to scream at me, but let's relaunch it, and now I think this should work pretty well. Is this yet another one of those things that if every single light is also unique, it's easier to identify where you are in the maze. A lot of these things, it's not like a super obvious, like you think about it all the time, but even if it's just sort of in the back of your head, you kind of semi-recognize certain patterns in certain areas of the maze. And this is going to be drastically helped by doing biomes. Because it's going to actually create completely unique environments that you can remember, like how do they connect up to each other and stuff. So this is one light here. It's doing some warbling. It's a pretty slow warble on that one. There's one over here. Why is this guy just broken? Oh. So see, that's one of those cases where he didn't know where to pathfind, so he recalculated. You can see this one here now. I want to sort of change the way these lights are represented, I think. Because right now they're an omni light, but I could do it as more of like a spotlight, which I think would make more sense. And then just give these material that has a mission. I think it's going to make more sense. So I think we'll change this away from being an omni light into a spotlight. Then rotate it, just so we're not wasting our shadow power by casting upwards, because there's no need to. So we're probably going to have to restart the game for that to take effect. Never used Godot, but is it an open source? Curious why all these tech companies that raise millions didn't fork it yet. Yeah. It is open source. It is under the MIT license, which I can't remember exactly. Does it allow you... I think it basically lets you do almost anything. I don't know if it's MIT no attribution or not. But yeah, it's pretty open. You can copy, modify, whatever, do whatever you want. So, but yeah. MIT, okay, it is MIT attribution, okay. So you do have to attribute it, which is totally fine. Yeah, I imagine, like, I don't know, I wonder why a company wouldn't just come along and try and resell it. I think it's just because the community would definitely call them out for it, you know? Even though technically it's legal, it's, like, morally very, you know, corrupt. And I don't think people would be very happy about something like that, so... But yeah. Okay, this light's a little too weak, probably. We can control the, like, distance and stuff on this, the range. I probably want to up the range to at least 8 meters. Then we can also modify the angle. We can, like, up the angle a little bit so it's larger. Which I think I might actually do a relatively large angle on this. Maybe not that high, but a 75 angle. So it kind of casts, like, a decent area around it. But it's not too crazy. I think this works. Then we could always up the values just a little bit here. Like 0.2 to 0.4. Just so it's not completely dark. These lights aren't meant to be really working at full capacity very well or anything, but it's just sort of like a little landmark in the maze of like, oh yeah, there's a semi-working light over here. And maybe this could also tie into like entity behavior too, if people are, you know, affected by light sources. There's also much less online information about Godot for AI to scrape. That is true. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad though that it hasn't been there have been attempts actually. There was one like event that happened or whatever where some subsection of people were complaining about the community manager of Godot. I don't think she works there anymore as for the Godot Foundation as the community manager. But I think it's called Redo or something. Where it's just basically they branched Godot and made it a different version. But the thing is now if you used this engine, you're going to be missing out on all of the new things in actual Godot, right? So this is the thing. There's just no reason to ever use any other engine that's not Godot, because you'd have to compete with Godot. If you're going to branch Godot, it has to become better than Godot. Otherwise, I'm just not going to use it, you know? So I think that's part of the reason why it's difficult to branch Godot, because you actually have to be a good epic company that wants to improve it. And newsflash, guys, there aren't very many of those around. So, yeah. But anyways. Cursor did the same with VS Code, and they're worth like 30 billion. Yeah. Seen a few Godot devs try to integrate coding tools into their workflow, and it tends to not go well since there's a lot of breaking changes between GDScript versions. Yeah, that's the thing that I've always noticed with AI, specifically with Godot, is that it tends to tell you stuff that's from way older versions of Godot. I don't really obviously use AI very often at all, really. But the only time I ever use it is just to see how much it sucks. And yeah, usually it's pretty dumb. Because this is the problem with AI, right? Is it doesn't understand when it's wrong. So it'll tell you something to do, have no idea that it's for the wrong version of Godot, but be 100% confident that it will work. And that's one of the big issues with AI. Is it just doesn't know when it's wrong. And I don't know how, like, we would really solve that issue with AI. It seems pretty pressing to me, though. Like, for AI to really be useful, it would need to admit that sometimes it doesn't know. Because then I could be more confident in knowing that what it is saying is actually real. But it's not there yet. But anyways. I want to give this an emission texture in the light bulb, because obviously if a light is on, it's not going to be dark. So... Yeah, that is always going to be a limitation of AI. It's just the fact that it can't update itself fast enough to, like, actually know what's the newest current thing, right? So... because it takes time to train. It's not just a quick overnight, you know, update things. Unless there's an AI that could actively take, you know, benefit of, like, some kind of modern database or whatever, but... usually the way AI is created now is that, like, you have to give it a billion different things from a set year, and then it only has information about that year, or up to that year. It's not just going to magically know all the new stuff that happens, so... I think the game has bloom, right? I can't remember if I enabled that in the settings or not. But hopefully setting our energy multiplier here should work. I'm going to go ahead and do this now, so based off of what our light energy is, I'm going to say plane 1. And I also have to make sure that this is local, because otherwise it's going to start changing all of them. So material dot... how do I do this? I think I can just copy the property path. Emission energy multiplier is equal to our light energy. So hopefully that works. Why doesn't that work? Oh. Alright, so that should hopefully brighten and darken this according to what our current light energy is. And then I can't remember if I do actually have bloom enabled. I'm pretty sure that I did, but yeah, glow. So glow is enabled. Theoretically, if we have something emitting like that, it should glow. We'll see if it actually works. I might have it maybe a little bit too weak right now, so... oh, I actually have bloom set to 0. Which is not really what I want. Let's set it to like 0.1. I do want there to be some bloom. Like, for example, like that... like light there. Yeah, it's blooming a little bit. It's not like a crazy amount, but I think it's good. And there's also the HDR threshold, right? That's another thing. Oh. Oh, right. You can't just say material. I always forget that. You have to say, like, get surface material override. Surface 1, and now we can reference that like that. I have to restart the game. Let's try this again. There's a little bit of bloom with this flashlight. It's something I need to mess with, like figure out what settings I want for bloom. Because I don't want bloom to be like an overly distracting thing in the game. I think bloom is usually best when it's sort of a little more understated. Like, for example, just looking at that light over there, I do want it to glow. There is like all these different like HDR threshold. It seems to be tweaking, changing things ever so slightly. There's also like what mode? Which actually I do kind of like these other modes. Soft light is really, you know, understated. But additive is kind of good. Because like you really see it glowing. And with that, I kind of almost want to drop the bloom value ever so slightly. But I do like the bloom. I think it's nice. Let's go find a light now. Alright, so here's one. That works pretty well. So you can see the light glowing in the distance, and it has a little bit of bloom. That looks pretty good to me. I think this place is really starting to come along with all these different changes and stuff, so I'm happy with how things have been so far. See, this one's cool because it shows like it's beaming down just on this table with a pizza. It's like, feels epic. Yeah, I definitely want to tweak with the, I definitely want to tweak the settings of our environment node. Just so I can like figure out like kind of how I want the bloom to behave and everything and like all those kinds of things. I do think the additive mode of bloom looks good for the game. Just because it's a little more like, it almost gives it like looking around kind of like a dusty vibe, you know what I mean? Where everything's sort of like, it's almost like my eyes are fogged up a little bit, which I actually kind of like. And of course I'll probably have like sliders and stuff for all this. So it's like, you know. Also, I need to go fix. I realized that changing that thing on the hatch actually completely broke everything. So the multiplicative, you can question everything, yeah. Is there a mult mode? Unfortunately, there is not a multiply mode. There's replace. It's actually really neat to be able to like see the bloom, you know? It's very interesting, actually. It's great for testing, because then I can mess with, like, the threshold and stuff. And I can really kind of understand, like, what parts are actually blooming. Then there's, like, a luminance cap, which is actually pretty important. Well, it seems like it just immediately just drops. That doesn't do anything. Oh, it's weird setting bloom to 0. It's like... doesn't do anything. That's weird. Huh. Intensity. Strength. Strength is sort of like good, because it... you can see I can like only choose the parts of the scene like that and that are the brightest. So then when we go back to additive or whatever, those are the only things that are actually blooming. So it's not too bad. I'll probably decrease the values here a little bit. Up the bloom slightly maybe. So this is almost like base level bloom, so we want that to be really low. And then we want to lower intensity probably, or up this threshold. Okay, so the HDR threshold kind of lets us control the like maximum bloom peaks a little bit, which is good. So we could set that to like right around 0.4. And I feel like that's like a pretty nice bloom. It's not way too insane, but you can definitely see things glowing, especially as you get closer. Screen soft light doesn't do anything. Then mix. So yeah, I like how that looks. And if you're like shining something really bright, it sort of blooms a little bit. Let's go look at some lights and stuff. This should bloom. Yeah, it blooms a little bit. Yeah, I like how this looks. It's blooming just enough. Obviously, it's a very dim light, so it's not going to be going crazy. I'm just kind of messing with these different values, trying to understand, like, what makes things bloom. It seems like strength really is the big important one. It makes things way too intense. So let's set strength back to 1. And then you get like weird artifacts too. But yeah, this is a good amount though. Anyways, we have been going for 4 hours, so we're gonna end stream here now. But let's go fix that one, the hatch. I realize I can't close anymore. So I just want to go to wherever that is. And I think it's inside of the elevator scene. The elevator. And then we go to hatch. Wherever it is. Maybe it's not in there anymore. Oh no, here it is. So this is just set to the base interactable scene, which is not correct anymore. So let's delete that. Do a new one. So Bree Mahler, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. And then we want to override, make it extend, interactable. And then function interact. We want to say global.world.set hatch stage to 0 whenever we interact with it. So that should work. It ain't easy being green. Yeah. Then I want this to say close hatch. And apparently I have a mesh assigned with that. Don't know why I would need to do that, so I'm just going to ignore it. I think that's used for like the buttons and stuff. I don't think I do that anywhere else. So I kind of need to, I think I'll probably change that because I have two types of interactable. I think I have like a 3D button. Button 3D. This does use the mesh because down in here I choose like to move all my stuff. Position and blah, blah. Actually, I don't even know if that uses mesh either. I'm not sure if anything uses mesh. I don't even know I have that there anymore. I might get rid of that. Okay, let's just make sure super duper uber mega quick that I can actually close the hatch. And what did I do for the checking if it can interact? Do I actually check if the hatch, what the hatch level is? Do I change all of the interactables? Or no, I think I literally just get rid of the collision shape when I can't interact, couldn't I? We're about to find out. Oh, and I didn't actually even give this a layer. I think it's because I dynamically set the layer. I'm gonna assume. So let's just sit down here for a minute and wait. And I want to see what this does, if I'm able to close it and stuff. And then we'll end stream. Come on. Anyways, while we're waiting, let's go find somebody to raid. Go find somebody to raid. Let us raid. Who shall we raid? There's people I'm following. Scary? What's scary? Hypnotic birthday stream.
Like no.
Whoa. Oh, scary pastry. They're doing movie night? Oh, add. Also the hatch open, let's see. Close hatch. Boom. I'm excited to get the doorman implemented. He's gonna like start whispering to you and stuff, and his hands are sticking out, and he's gonna get you. Well, they're doing movie night. What is Wuthering Waves? I don't know. I usually, if I'm doing software stuff, I tend to raid somebody else also doing software development. But it's up to you guys. I mean, I don't really care who I raid. Gotcha. I love gotcha. It's Hypnotic's birthday, so let's raid him as a little birthday reward. Anyways, guys, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you for coming into the stream. Just as a reminder to anybody, if you want to join the playtest for Deadlift, which is the game that we're working on today, feel free to join the Discord, and there is a link in there to sign up. It's free, and you'll get a Steam key forever, so you don't have to buy the game. And all I need to know is just your Discord name. and Steam name, so I can actually give you a key. But yeah, we're gonna go raid Hypnotic. Start that raid up. Yeah, thank you, gamers. We'll be live again tomorrow, around like 3:30 MST. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam. It's 25% off right now. And yeah, I'll see you gamers soon. Bye bye.